the generally accepted modern idea about gravity is that in the Einstein relativity theory, a thing called space-time is bent and warped.
Yes.
And the cause of motion that is referred to as gravity is an object in motion passing through a warped space-time and following a geodesic in that space-time. So in this view of gravity, the motion is already occurring and then it's redirected, kind of like it's on railroad tracks. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Right. So the cause of motion is a redirection of motion that already exists. So you need the motion to exist in the first place. So in Einsteinian gravity, it doesn't cause anything to move at all. It's not imparting any forces on anything.
Okay.
Contrary to Newton, which is called Newtonian gravity, but he denied it and didn't want to describe to his name, but they did it to him anyway after he died. The Newtonian conception of gravity is that every particle has some kind of force that reaches out into space and grabs every other particle and pulls it towards it. And so these two ideas are not the same, because in one view you have a mechanism of initial motion and in the other view you don't. Einsteinian gravity can't cause anything to move in the first instance. It has to already be moving. Does that make sense?
Yeah, like it cannot grab anything from the space.
Now, that all being said, most people think of gravity, they think of things falling down to the earth. Now, I would agree things fall to the earth, and we all witness that. They fall down perpendicular to horizontal, which is vertical. And then, since it's a horizontal that they're falling down to, and we all experience that, that means that if gravity does anything, it proves the earth is flat. I rest my case.
And there is two or more thing, but it will not, like, if I put up that a question, it's not gonna be like answerable because we don't have the measurement of the flat earth from like sidewise. We dig into the crust of the earth around, you said 8 or how many miles?
8 miles is about the deepest hole ever dug.
Yeah, and we don't know about what else inside that. So I was just saying, if the gravity didn't exist, just saying, when the dinosaur were existing and the meteor just landed on the earth, doesn't everything will go flying around the space, or some chunk of the earth will
No,
be.
friend. See, nobody here is denying that things stay on the ground unless otherwise acted upon. Nobody here is denying that if you jump up, you return to the ground. No one here is denying that if you drop a heavy ball in a less dense medium, it'll go to the ground. That's what we all experience. So there's no reason to think that if a rock fell to the ground, that everything else would just go flying into the sky and never return to the earth. That doesn't make any sense.
Yep.
So, in other words, we all agree that things fall down and that we're stuck on the ground, essentially, unless we impart force to ourselves to get off the ground. We all agree with that. Nobody's denying that. The only difference is what is the cause of that. So, when you say if there's no gravity, what you're really trying to say is if you don't know the cause of gravity, then we just fly into the sky for no reason. That makes no sense, my brother.
No, the other guy I was talking from, he said that there was a helium balloon and its mass was so light that he was floating, but our mass is dense that we are forcing ourselves to be able to stand on the earth.
Well, that's true. Like if you stand up and you lose your balance, you fall to the ground.
Yep.
So that's exactly what we already all agreed on, that if you're not already on the ground and you're in the air and you're in a medium that's less dense than you are, you're going to travel to the ground. We already all agree with that. There's no disagreement between you and us on that fact.
Hello?
Mm, okay. Yes, bro.
Or that other guy goes, this would be equivalent to saying, I don't know what's the cause of entropy, therefore hot drinks don't get cold. Same exact logic.
Well, if you don't believe in entropy, then your drinks won't get cold. So maybe you should consider that.
I know. Whoa. Belief thermoses? I get it, bro. That's genius.
I get paid to come up with ideas.
But anyway, a new guy entered and said hello. If you're still here,
You
go
can't
ahead and
mute me in the text VC whenever you're losing a fucking debate. It just shows you're
what?
sorry.
What'd you lose?
What are you
What
talking
happened?
about?
Shut up, woman.
Cry and seethe like a
Shut up,
bitch.
woman.
Women?
Yeah,
Are
you're a
you
woman.
retarded?
You're
Oh
a
my
Yeah,
woman.
god.
Yeah, who
Oh,
got
Well,
muted?
you
women?
came in
So
here with your
first you're
pussy
trying to
hurting.
insult me
But
and
why'd you
like
come
quote
in here
unquote
with your
like
pussy
misgender me,
hurting?
but you can't even
Why'd
count
you
how
come
many
in here
people
whining
are
about your pussy hurting?
GT. No wonder you're a fucking flat earther.
Why'd you
That
come in
makes a
here
lot of
whining
sense.
about your pussy hurting?
Now, you can't mute somebody when you're losing an argument. That just shows how sorry
We
you
would never
are.
lose an argument to you. You just tried to
You're
argue that.
losing
A
an
logical
argument and you
fallacy.
just muted me because
Yeah,
you're sorry
no,
about
a
it. It's
logical.
just that.
Did you?
I mean,
Is
that's
appeal
what
to
you do
common?
all the time, though.
Is
That's
appeal to
just
common
fucking
sense a
pretty
logical
plain
fallacy?
fucking simple.
No, see,
You
you're
can't.
trying to mute.
There's no logical fallacy.
Oh,
So
it's not even
your
though.
logical fallacy. You're
So
yapping. You're not saying shit. There's no logical fallacy that was appealed to. There's no appealing
appeal to
to
common
common
sense is
sense.
a
You put
logical
one
fallacy.
foot
It's
in
well
front of the
known.
other.
So
That's
just
just
trying to
how it works.
overtalk people, you're not going to
That's just
overtalk me, dude. You are going to go on mute. Okay? Yeah, that's what I thought.
Did he
Guys,
have a point or something?
if you want to succeed debate, the first rule, listening to each other.
Oh, the scientist is here. Awesome. Can you define science for me or what an experiment is, scientist?
Ayo, man.
Oh, he just told us the first thing is listening to each other. What did I say to him? Can you tell me what I said to him? Oh, so you weren't listening? Yeah, shut
do.
up, dude.
And the thing is, this servers will teach you, this room particularly will teach you so many things about the life and the perspective, and I respect that. But there is also a thing that our modern science have provided us with so many scientific theories and modern day gadgets that make our life easier. So we cannot deny their fact. Like, they lie to us. Both are right in their respective way.
Okay,
Because
so
you have to.
Sinner, you can just Google, right? Replication crisis. Something like 90% of scientific papers are wrong and their results can't be replicated. Scientific fraud has been reported to be at 10,000 times a higher level. than it was in the 1970s. Okay? This is an epidemic because there's something in America called publish or perish. If you want to advance in academia, you have to publish something. But unfortunately, experiments are hard, and oftentimes you don't
Yeah,
get
it was
a useful experimental result that you could even publish. But you have to publish
obviously
something. So what people do is fudge data. They just make shit up.
yeah, like you were talking about thesis.
Well, the president of Stanford was a neurologist, a neuroscientist. He lied, fudged all his data, but it took 20 years to catch him. And by then, he was the president of Stanford University.
No, but I was not talking about the fudget things. I was talking about like the airplanes and the fuel mixture
Airplanes weren't
and the
invented
rocket
by
science.
scientists. They
There
were
are
invented
some
by the
people.
Wright brothers who didn't even have a college degree.
I was
Yeah, in fact,
talking about modern.
in fact, listen, it's well known that famous scientists of the day said that airplanes would never happen. Never.
You don't need to
The
be a
Wright brothers said it.
scientist to run with a big giant plank of plywood and then notice that when it's windy, you're going to fly in the air if you hold on.
I was talking about modern science. I was not talking
You need an
about like I
equation for
was
that,
giving
man.
example that our life was like easier for these scientific theories.
Can you name one scientific theory?
Everything that were like example, I need to Google it, but from my perspective, I think for everything keep working, there is like everything needs science. Simple answer is that.
Right, my friend. Have you ever heard of this thing called the STEM fields? STEM. It's an acronym. STEM fields. You ever heard of that?
No, man, I'm a commerce student.
Okay, so it's an acronym, and it stands for science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. Four different fields, not one. They don't say STEM, science, 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 and science.
Okay.
So, in other words, friend, if everything is science, then nothing is science. So,
Oh,
can you name one
that is
scientific theory?
science. But I'm saying about the people like you can call them engineers and everything, the theories they have done and created. I was talking about that. No, you are wrong. No, they are wrong.
Right. So, a lot of what we enjoy today is from engineering, right,
Yeah,
and from
that's what I'm
mathematics
saying. But we
and
also need to be
technology.
open up. But we also need to be open up for the things that we don't know, like flat Earth and other things like wormhole and space light travel. Because if we keep denying it, we never
What?
go.
Oh, dude, this was all just a cope session for that clip you played earlier.
Yeah, before he sent it the clip, I was saying that this thing also.
What, that clip Indio played?
Yep.
Well, his own side shattering his hopes and dreams of dating Martian women?
No, no, not the video. The recorded one, not the video, the recording one. I didn't see the video.
Yeah, the recording was about the author talking about how space travel in like science fiction movies is never going to happen in reality.
No, he was talking about you need to be open up for the things which are not discovered yet.
He didn't say that.
Yes, he said that. Overall, the thing and perspective of that recording is this, in short.
No, his overall ethos when it comes to things that are undiscovered is that people who appeal to the undiscovered stuff are essentially appealing to magic.
Okay.
We listen one more
And
time.
that the requirements in order for us to achieve such feats would basically make us gods, which wouldn't have any interest in doing those things anyway.
Or the old we have to go terraform a new planet because this planet's dirty. Well, if you have all the technology to terraform a new planet, then you already possess the technology to terraform this planet. For holy moly!
Exactly. Oh no, this planet's atmosphere is full of carbon dioxide. We need to filter it, purify it, right? Make it oxygen based.
Yeah. Oh, I feel bad now. That other new guy that joined didn't get to ask his question.
Me?
I think so, or maybe you did, and I'm mistaken.
I did. I'm just enjoying listening to what are y'all talking about.
We're talking about how the Earth is clearly flat, and the Globers keep coming in here to try to tell us it's not flat. And all these so-called evidence they try to present is fantasy, conjecture, sees all kinds of nonsense. That's what we're talking about. 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Okay, what is the end of the Earth?
Fire.
Is there an end point?
I'll tell you what, friend. If you show me yours, I'll show you mine.
What? Show you what?
The end of the universe, of course.
I mean, my question is there an end point?
Same question back at you. Is there an end point to the universe?
I need an answer. I'm not here to debate about something. Do you have answer
Any
for this?
answer, listen, whatever answer you answer is the same answer I'm going to answer. It's a mirror. So the correct answer for both of us, there's only one true answer. Both of us have to say, and that is, I don't know. There you go.
Then how would you prove it?
How would I
Okay,
prove
how
I
would you
don't know
prove it?
something? No, guys, he just told me, how would I prove I don't know? Holy moly.
Yeah, how would you prove it?
Woo.
Because you believe it. So if you
No,
believe
I don't
how do you?
believe that I don't know. I know I don't know.
Okay, but you do believe that it's a flat.
Yeah, absolutely. And something being flat is irrelevant to the boundary condition.
Okay, how do you believe something that's not proved that it's not
Okay, let me
proved?
help you out, friend. Let me help you out. A surface being flat is irrelevant to the boundary condition. For example, you could have a flat triangle, flat circle, a flat dodecahedron, and the list goes on into infinity, sir. The boundary condition does not change the surface condition.
Okay, it seems logical, but it's the same thing. This is not a That's not proof.
Right. Not knowing the boundary condition isn't proof that the Earth is flat. The proof that the Earth is flat is that the surface is horizontally arranged, level and flat. There you go. Yeah, Earth is covered in 70% of a substance that is the benchmark standard of level of which all elevation profiles are taken, of which is the standard of level throughout all cultures, throughout all of human history, and all practical applications of any type of engineering that exists. And so, since that is the standard of level and it covers 70% of the surface, all you have to do is just measure it to see if it's curved or not curved. If it's not curved, then it's not a globe and it's flat because that would make it level and horizontal, just like we experience it. Therefore, the Earth is flat.
Can I say something real quick? It's also not fizzy, so it's definitely flat.
Oh, yeah. Well,
Why it
since
is
you
flat?
agree that the Earth is flat, then I guess you can have a hat from the merch store.
Yeah, if you think the lack of globe has to result in there being some kind of end, then it's probably just because you've been exposed to propaganda that attempts to replace the globe shape in the heliocentric model with a flat flying disc, which is not our claim here. Did you think that we're claiming a flat flying disc, scientist? Is that you that was saying that? About the end and the edge and all that? Is that scientist that was asking that?
No, not me.
It was not you?
Nope.
Oh, who was it?
Was it Yusuf? Maybe.
They don't want to claim their question now, I guess.
Maybe he didn't hear you.
Yeah, it
Maybe
could be.
he's
Yeah.
embarrassed.
All right. Well, if anyone would like to discuss further the lack of an edge, then
But listen. Still,
yes.
there is no single proof or a single experiment being proved that it's all of that informations are correct. Even though I am one of the believers, it's all about um
Man,
What do you
I would
believe in? What are you
say
believing in?
theories. It's all about theories.
No, it's not. It's about a measurement. Do you need a theory to figure out how tall you are? When you measure the level of your shelf, how vertical your wall is? That's a measurement. You go by
So,
what the measurement says.
so do you say that they actually measured the
Yeah,
Earth?
when we say the Earth is flat, we say that because that's how it's measured.
So they do measure it.
We all measure on the surface of the Earth every day. We build upon it, construct upon it, right? Buildings, dams, bridges, roads, large constructions all start with measuring stuff, usually the land that we build upon. Measure on the land all of the time.
But how does that even relate with the fact that the Earth is flat?
Because we measure it to be flat. If the surface of the Earth was curved, we measure it to be curved.
What?
If we lived on a planet a
I
three-dimensional.
got it. I listened
Okay, cool. So
correctly.
by
I
consequence,
heard
we
it.
would measure either one of those two possible scenarios. If it's flat, we measure that. If it's curved, then we would measure that also. The thing is, we measure it flat, so we measure it flat. Don't understand what's so hard to get. No theory required. It's just a measurement claimed to geometry.
The
So
hard thing to got in this because there are how many believers of the flat earth theory and the whole world is
theory.
revolving around the
Sorry, gentleman who interrupted and obviously wasn't listening to what was just said. I interrupted because this isn't a theory measurement. Am I the only one saying this? It's a measurement, right? If we want to figure out what a geometric shape is, we look at it and we measure it. No?
Yeah, of course.
Okay,
Sure.
cool. So if the Earth was a sphere, then we would measure the curvature of the sphere, wouldn't we?
But they do
I
measure
don't know
it,
about
I
Oh,
guess.
okay, so we do measure the curvature on the surface of the Earth. Okay, can you show me that?
I guess there is a whole um
You guess.
hold
You
on.
don't know. Do you hope also? I hope there's something out there. Are you just making claims that you can't back up? You're telling me that the surface of the Earth is measured to have curvature? I'd love to see that. Sorry to interrupt. Morning. Hope everybody's well.
Yeah, good. Thanks, mate. I like how you just went straight for the jugular there. It's really-
Sorry, dude. Hi, how are you? I'm Jedi, by the way. But if the guy who came in wanted to know about or flat Earth beliefs and theories or whatever the question was, now do you understand it's not a theory, it's a measurement? Did you want to restate your question?
me.
Isn't it 40,000 kilometers?
Isn't what 40,000 kilometers?
This the circumference.
The circumference. Apparently.
Isn't it 40,000?
Yeah, according to the model of the Earth being a planet. Yeah.
doesn't seem to be present in nature. That's the problem.
Circumference of a circle. Circumference of a sphere. What do you mean by circumference? But anyway, while still thinking about your question, our other friend, yes, it was you if you wanted to restate your question. Um, obviously, understanding it's not a theory, it's a measurement. That was the point. So, yeah, if you want to restate your question, my friend, please feel free to do so.
The thing I was trying to say that there are lesser people who believe in the flat earth theory and the modern science and the engineering work and other things which are working on nowadays are working on a sphere kind of earth. The
Okay.
modern GPS, everything you look there are a sphere rather than flat earth because it doesn't make sense for anyone. You believe that that is okay, but I am here for know about what flat earthers think about because they think about out of the box.
I mean, yeah, I guess we do think out of the box. It's quite in the box thinking though when we're dealing with geometry. The Earth being a sphere has a geometric claim. I'm just pointing out that the way that we prove geometric claims is by measuring. Again, I think you said that we measure the curvature of the Earth. I'd love to see that, like I said.
No, I didn't say that. That was otherwise.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry, sir. Do apologise.
Where are you from, guys?
Yeah, scientist was sure that there's measurements of curvature, so he was going to go find those.
Thank you. I'll hold my breath.
Flat Earth Discord. What the fuck is this?
Literally, as it says on the tin, it's a Discord where we talk about flat Earth. You'll notice it says 24/7 as well, because we talk about it 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Oh, thank you for the declaration, bro. I
No
appreciate it.
problem, my friend. Always glad to help.
So you guys believe that the Earth is flat? Really?
Not a belief.
Yes.
Not, no, it's not. I'm not doing disrespectful. I know why we do disrespectful, but tell me your arguments, please. I'm interested. I don't know. Why do you think that?
Okay, I left myself muted there for a while. Does anybody else want to give the answer? Okay. The reason why we say the Earth is flat is it definitely looks that way. 2, we measure on the surface of the Earth. It's to be horizontal at all distances that we can measure. So it's measured to be flat. And then there ends the argument, I think. There is no measured curvature. There is no measured rotation to the Earth. Yeah, that's about it. We see too far. That means that if the surface of the Earth was curved, that would be the limiting factor as to how far we could see. We see much further than that supposed limiting factor. What we actually see is the Earth looking flat. So, yeah, that's it. It looks that way and it measures that way. Do you have further questions? Or was that answer not entertaining? Lots and lots of people in the chat. If anyone's got any questions pertaining to the subject of the room, anything that's been said recently or a new subject you'd like to bring up, please feel free to do so.
I have this question I previously asked, like, it is a short portion, but I really want to know, like, why some people or our government or every government on the earth want to hide that earth is not sphere rather than flat. Like, it's flat, but they are hiding from it. Us. Why? What will be the benefit of this?
Okay, does anybody else want to answer the question? Okay, short answer is most people aren't lying. They're just repeating the same thing that they got taught at school and at university, the same thing that we all get told, right? The same thing that you got taught. You're not lying when you come here saying that the earth is a sphere. You're not trying to deceive me. You don't have any malice or bad intent. You're just coming from a narrative and you believe your narrative to be true. Like most people, they're not lying, whether they're officials within the government, for example. Governments change all the time, especially in my country. Politicians, by the year it seems, and politicians lie to gain favour with whoever they need to gain favour from. Sometimes it will be to me, sometimes it will be to whoever gives the money. But ultimately, these people are still not lying to you about the Earth being a globe and it being flat and keeping this secret from you, because they're just repeating the same thing that, like I said, you got taught at school. That's it. The question is
don't know
probably
about,
much. Go on.
so they don't know about Earth is flat or sphere.
When you say people in the government, in my government, there are many divisions, branches, ministries of the government, right? Have got nothing to
Like,
do with each other.
yeah,
So when you say
everyone like
government,
who is
you must understand
saying
the government is a large organization with multiples of thousands of people. And I guarantee you, they all believe the same thing that you do and aren't intentionally lying.
why they are lying, because hiding a flat Earth is like it's not easy, and it has to be done from
No,
the
it's not. It's right in
each
front of you.
country or state.
You just don't accept it.
What?
Yeah, hiding the obvious from you is relatively easy. They just tell you an ulterior idea and you believe it because it was the first thing that you got told, and everybody was told the same thing. It's now a foregone conclusion with the backing of the story of ancient history and the slow development of man's intelligence and science and technology over time that we finally figured out the obvious fact that we were indeed on a sphere. That's just a narrative, dude. That's how they hide things from you. They tell you stories and you believe them. The thing is, you didn't think to question these stories when you went to school, because when you go to school, you believe the things that the teachers tell you. That's why you go to school. You're a child when this happens to you. You have no choice.
But I don't understand why they are hiding it from us. Like, what will be the
Okay,
benefit
so
of this?
who are they?
Everyone
Because
of the, like, how many believers of the flat earth theory is there in the entire world?
that's a different question.
No,
I'm trying to
it was
figure out who
same.
they are when you ask me the question, why would they lie?
No, it was interconnected if you answer me this one. If there was 3% of people who believe, or let's say 10% of believers of the flat earth theory, why the 90% of the people who believe in sphere earth, why they are hiding it that earth is not sphere,
You
it's
already
flat?
answered that 90% of these people that you
Because
pointed out.
90, because the 90% people have to come up together and hide that fact from us.
Are you hiding that fact from us then? Because I've already tried to explain this to you, but it's like you wasn't listening.
I was listening.
Really? Okay, tell me what I said. What was my answer, Buff? How did I respond to your last question? Can you remember?
No.
Didn't think so, dude. That's why you're asking this one.
Can you repeat it in short way?
He just told you that the people aren't consciously lying. That's why he's asking you if you're consciously lying about the globe. No, you aren't, because you were taught the globe, and then you just, if you were asked to teach an earth science class or something, you would just pass on a story that you were told. And you would probably assume, like our scientist down there, who still hasn't come back with his curvature measurements, you would assume that someone somewhere must have verified this thing that's being pushed everywhere. So there are some people who are aware, but who are consciously lying about it, but that is going to be a tiny percentage because, as you mentioned, a large number of people believe in the globe simply because that's what they were told. So yeah, if you think about who is actually lying and why they did it, I mean, well, you'd have to go back quite a ways to how the globe was originally a philosophical idea, um, just a conception. They were not able to get high enough, off the surface of the earth to check to see whether they were right or not. Starting with the ancient Greeks, came up with this cult and this religious belief in a sphere, despite no evidence for it and no observation of it. And then, we weren't there in the backroom discussions when they actually could, start launching rockets and see conclusively that there was no globe. Even though that's not necessary, you don't need to launch a rocket to observe that there's no curvature at the surface of the earth. But nonetheless, at some point, they realized they were wrong. And instead of admitting they were wrong, they decided to perpetuate the deception for whatever reason. I mean, how are we supposed to know why a small group of people perpetuated this in order to indoctrinate innocent children into their satanic globe cult? I mean, if I could explain that, I mean, I don't even know if I would want to, because that would mean understanding their twisted, perverted way of being. But nonetheless, most of the people are not lying. They're just passing on the tradition of the globe religion that they were indoctrinated against their will and without their consent and without their full knowledge. Does that help?
So scientists just fucked up about the sphere theory.
They haven't measured it. They haven't checked. So when honest people, or I don't know, I shouldn't say honest. They don't have to necessarily be honest in all aspects of their life. But when people who have a ongoing thirst and quest for knowledge and who are willing to follow the facts where they lead instead of sticking to their childhood belief in a fairy tale globe, when those people go looking for curvature like scientists did, they find out it's not actually there and no one did check, and most scientists don't check. They just take it for granted because it doesn't have anything to do with their direct work. And so when people go and check it and see the thousands of long distance observations, laser tests, and so on that conclusively demonstrate that the curvature of the earth that would be expected if we were on a sphere of 3,959 miles has never been measured, and in fact is contradicted numerous times, they realize that the globe fairy tale needs to be discarded because it has zero evidence to back it up. And indeed, it's not even a model because it's not modeling anything. It's not modeling our reality. It's a toy, it's a child's dream, and it has nothing to do with math or science.
Okay. One thing is more coming into my mind, like, you know that we can see planet from Earth, other planets.
Yes, we can see the wandering stars, originally named planets. Yes, that is correct. No problem.
And say, okay, the wandering stars, they are round. They are also flat.
Well, I've seen them in a telescope. I would not be. I mean, some of them have a round shape. I'd agree with that. I wouldn't say that it can be definitively determined if they're spherical, if that's what you're trying to say there. But regardless of their shape, it's irrelevant to the shape of the Earth where we stand, which was never equated throughout history with these items in the sky, because there would be no reason to equate them since they have absolutely nothing in common with us. So yeah, we are not them. We never have been. We
I
have nothing
was
in
just
common with
saying
them.
it because
We're not in the same category with them, except for in the globe religion, which is a fantasy that you've allowed yourself to get carried away with, and you can keep believing it if you want. Just don't pretend that it has anything to do with math or science, and doesn't have anything to do with looking up at the sky and looking at what you see, what the wandering stars look like through a telescope. I mean, yeah, I know what they look like. What about it?
I was just saying those like scientists named it planets. If you want to call them stars, it's totally fine. It's upon you. But
No, you can
if
call
we
them
can,
planets as long as you don't try to call the Earth a planet, because it's clearly not in the same category. Was not called a planet until relatively recent in history, because it wasn't and isn't and never has been.
okay, the wandering star, as you said, so we can look to those stars from the Earth, but we can believe that they are round spherical. But why cannot we believe that if we looking from that space, like from satellite images and GPS, we are looking at the Earth, it is round. We can believe from our eyes, but
You
cannot
are
believe
so
from the
images convince you. So like, what is it like the majority? So if I showed you a whole bunch of images that taken from above the Earth that show a flat horizon, no curvature whatsoever, like what do you want? Like you're going to count them up and see like which one has the most images. Is that the winner? Because if the winner is the one with the most
that is
images, then your big blue marble is going to lose. But nonetheless, we don't even need to
no.
do that. If you want to do a majority rules type thing, that's not even necessary because your images are already shown to be fraudulent because they contradict each other and they're inconsistent within each other. So they are, if you tried to take them to a court of law, I mean, if you had a crime scene and you brought in like 10 pictures and every single one showed different things in it, then the judge, would say, oh, there's something wrong here. These images were manipulated, or, oh, something's in here that wasn't here before. That must have been somebody must have planted evidence then. So we're going to throw out these images because they're not consistent within each other. So same thing with your crime scene globe failure.
I can provide as many as images you want of a globe, but I'm just asking this proving
Okay, so
one
yeah, I
way.
know you can, and I'm saying that I can provide as
Just
many
listen
images
up,
as you
please.
want of a flat horizon.
This
So
is interesting.
having
Yeah,
images is unnecessary. It's unnecessary because I just explained to you how and laser tests at the surface demonstrate that the required curvature that's predicted by the geometry of a sphere is not measured on Earth. So you could give me all the images you want, but what is to say that your images are right and mine are wrong?
Measurements of the surface.
I was just saying,
Absolutely, Jedi. Oh my gosh, I called you Jedi like somebody
You
else
did.
does. I know.
No,
Can
don't
you
do
believe
that.
that?
Not you as well. Please, not you as well.
Anyway,
I was just saying
yes,
the
measurements at the
light.
surface show that your globe photos are frauds. Yeah, that's right.
So from far apart, we can measure the other hovering around stars, but we cannot measure the flat surface Earth from the space. Till now, there
What?
was not a single person on Earth that can measure Earth. But we can see black hole from the Earth.
That's irrelevant to what we can see from the surface. The surface is
We
measured to be
can
horizontal.
so we can see black hole from the Earth, but we cannot see Earth
Indeed.
how
No, we can't.
vast it
What are you
is.
talking
Sorry,
about, dude?
just want to say that you could see flipping pink dragons up in the sky, mate, at this point. I couldn't give a shit. It will be observed from a measured flat surface. Look at what you want in the sky. Don't care. Make it do whatever it wants. Couldn't give a shit. It will be happening on a measured flat surface. Understand this point, right?
Old Center, how did they take a photograph of a black hole if light can't escape? That's why they're
But
called black holes, remember? They're black. So that image, so this is a perfect illustration of the problem. You saw in the media that they took photos, an image of a black hole. Well, that
yeah,
was a misreporting by the press because That was it's a color map created by a radio telescope image, right? Because radio is invisible light, so they assigned a brightness to each pixel and created that image out of nothing. Because the radio telescope, it's called the New
Okay.
Horizon. So check this out. It was called the New Horizon, okay, program, and they had radio telescopes all over the world, and they measured at 697 gigahertz, which is not visible light, and they measured the intensity of the radiation of that frequency coming from the center of the galaxy, and they created an image of that. It's not a photograph. They created an image from data. Okay, but the thing is, in the press, they said it was a photo. And because it said a photo on the headline, you think they took a photo. When all you have to do is go to the website and they'll tell you, we didn't take a photo. But you didn't check.
Okay. Just a second.
But this is what we're talking about, is that when you check, you'll find out the story doesn't match the reality. And we're just telling this over and over again. There's a story. We all heard the same story. We checked. You didn't. And because we checked, we found out that the story's hogwash and it's not true.
I'm googling it. Like it was saying before, images only signals. We didn't see black holes directly. We detected them by X-rays, radio waves from nearby matters, star moving on an invisible object. So yes, earlier it was the most frequency signal, not images. First real image 2019. First image of a black hole object M87 captured by the Event Horizon Telescope.
Yeah,
Second
isn't
image
that what
was
I just
taken on
said?
2000.
Isn't that what I
Second
just
image
said?
was taken.
Isn't that what I
And
just
you
said?
were
Old
you were
sinner.
talking about,
Isn't that what I just said?
yes, you said that, but it was
Okay, then.
previous time. The recent thing was images. 2000, the image was captured by Event Horizon Telescope.
That's
What
what I just
telescope?
said.
What telescope measure
It's
frequency
not a
and frequency?
telescope, brother. It's not a telescope. It's a bunch of radio dishes all over the world.
Man, it is written Event Horizon Telescope. Just Google it.
I know that's what it's written. It's not right. It's incorrect.
Man, you can
I
deny
can
all the
show you
fact
a
that
map of
it
the
is not
locations
right.
of all the radio telescopes they used.
Man, as you said.
They used a
But
millimeter
I'm just
array in Arizona.
okay. Let's just drop that
They
fact
used the
also. I was
VBL, the
just
two VBLs that are in, one is in, I think, Chile, and the other one is in, what's the other, Africa maybe. But I can show you a map of it, where they are.
okay.
It wasn't a single telescope.
Let me Google it.
Oh, God.
If you're gonna show me,
That's
let
the
me
theme of today. Oh my goodness. Let's go Google it. Do you think that Googling it is going, I mean, I don't know, it's like, do you not ever like judge what is happening when you're talking to someone like based on just, I don't know, logic, reason, your own experience, stuff like that? Like, do you think everything you Google is definitely true?
I was saying that both parties were correct because you were thinking outside the box, but we cannot put finger on our engineering and modern science also. I was saying this because of the there are stars, everything around in space. There was like spherical thing and round,
Mm,
and
yeah.
if there was anything like flat Earth, there has to be another flat planet, flat
No,
star,
the
some
Earth
kind
can
of.
just be the floor underneath all of these things in the sky that you're about. The floor doesn't have to be like the things that are in the sky that you keep talking about.
Wasn't it just
If it was,
explained to you 6 seconds ago that Earth is not a planet?
So just tell me, where does magma come from?
no,
Are you broken?
Just tell me where the magma come from. Where what is the
You
cause?
already got an answer. AI Overlord gave it to you. The Leviathan,
What?
remember?
So why can you not give it again?
He
You have
can.
a different theory about it.
Hold on.
In here, he wants to hear it again. He wants to hear another bedtime story.
If we measure the surface of the Earth to be flat, by consequence, we must know everything.
Man, I'm
Reality,
telling you,
not how it works.
man, I was just telling you that
Telling.
you
I
guys
thought you were
also
asking.
correct, but
What did you know about the
I
core?
was just telling you guys also correct. Questioning the authority is right thing to do because we don't know what other government or people are trying to hide from us. But they modern science and
Are these your
engineering have
coping
Nobody's
caused
hiding
statements?
that
any.
because
The
we are
flat, brother. The flat Earth isn't hidden. Go outside. It's not hidden. You have a choice. You can believe what you see, or you can believe the story. You've chosen to believe the story. It's not hidden. You're choosing.
okay.
Well, how could they hide the Earth, brother? The Earth is what it is.
Yes.
We're all on it. We can all test it. How could they hide it? You're hiding it from yourself. That's who's hiding it. You're hiding it from yourself because you can go test it.
Man, the hard part is like there are a lot of facts in front of me that define the logic of the spherical Earth, but not a single logic of a flat Earth theory is resonating
Dude, that
with
is the
me.
most ridiculous statement you've ever said, dude, in this chat. There is
It is
no
what it
logic
is.
behind the globe. None.
There are so
Okay.
many.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, do you know what a logical syllogism is?
I don't
What
know
is
about
the
that.
what
Okay,
is the
that's how you make a logical statement, a deductively logical statement. So you have premise 1, premise 2, and then your conclusion. I'll give you an example. Okay? All men are mortal. Aristotle is a man. Therefore, Aristotle is immortal. Right? So that's a true statement from the premise.
Man,
Premise
I'm a
1,
Hindu.
premise
Like,
1, Aristotle's a man. Premise 2, all men are mortal. If those two premises are true, the conclusion is true. Aristotle's immortal. Okay? They share a
how
property.
easy.
So that's a logical statement. So give us a logical statement which proves the Earth is a globe. Go for it. That's what I thought. You can't. Nobody can
The
do it.
logic
Nobody
that
can even create one. Do you know why you can't create one? Because you have to start from an assumption that the Earth is a globe, and that's a logical fallacy called affirming the consequent. So it's not logical. It's in fact it's illogical. With flat Earth, we don't have to start from imagination. We can start from observation. We can go to the ocean and go, hey, that looks flat. The Earth looks flat. Things that look flat are flat. Therefore, the Earth is flat. See? That's a completely logical statement.
okay.
It's premise 1, the Earth looks flat. That's true. Flat things look flat. That's also true. You know what doesn't look flat? Curved things. No one can
I'm
show me
fine
ever
with
a
that.
curved thing that looks flat.
Okay.
Okay? So there is no logic behind the globe. You guys just say words like logic, science. They're just buzzwords. Platitudes.
Man, everything around us is forcing us to believe that every Earth is spherical.
Nobody's
And
forcing you to believe anything.
if the 90% of the population is saying that and
Oh,
influencing
you're
you
going to another
believing,
logical fallacy.
If 90% of the population are repeating what they were told as children and haven't questioned up until, what, today with you,
Have you ever
how
murdered
can we
someone?
believe
Have you
flat
ever
Earth?
murdered somebody?
How can no?
Okay.
How
So if
can we
90% of the
believe
people
that
voted that you
that
murdered somebody, would it be true?
yeah, I'm a murderer?
So
If
if
90%
90% of the
people
people
is voting
voted that
me,
you
I
murdered
have done a
somebody, it would be true. It would magically make it true. It would magically make you a murderer, even though you never killed anybody.
man, if the 90 people is against you and 10% is trying to protect you, it
You're
is
literally
not
a
a
walking social experiment.
So 1 + 1 is 3?
It's a conformity test right now.
Okay, now, dude.
Is Cryptic in your DMs?
What?
He's another government bootlicker.
Government is
Hey,
bootlicker.
ask me, India.
Is Cryptic in your DMs?
No, the other question. Because I wanted to jump in and say it before, but I was too slow. My device too laggy.
I don't even remember the question I asked. Do flat things look flat? I don't remember.
No, have you ever
Murdered somebody?
somebody? Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk about it.
I don't want to talk. Statute of limitations is not up.
That's the best answer you can give when somebody asks you that.
If all of his girlfriends said that he cheated, then he must have cheated. This guy's fucked.
You think Jesse's in here taking notes?
No, I'm just doing my year-end taxes for
Yes.
last year. But greetings nonetheless.
Your year-end taxes for last year. Ain't you Canadian?
No, I'm just across the border. I'm on the American side of that line.
You sound like you're on the wrong side of the line.
Well, that's because I go to the beach so often with my telescope. I look over at Canada and it's starting to rub off.
Hang on, what the fuck does
That
that
sounds
mean?
gay. Are you looking at Mick? He's checking you out, Mick.
What the fuck?
If the Earth was flat, you'd be able to see Mick from the East Coast, from the West Coast to the East Coast. You know that, right?
Well, I got a pretty good view of Victoria, BC, Canada, and then a lot of mountains over there.
Can you see Quebec?
I don't think so. Isn't that like a lot farther?
Yeah. It's true what they say about Americans in geography.
So I heard
Man,
what you're.
India.
Oh, I'm sorry. Go
Oh.
ahead.
I was
Like
just
it
gonna
or
say,
not,
India.
you're already a flat earther.
I was just gonna say, India. We really fucking need you in QOP server, dude.
Why? Well, I'll go over there now that Jesse's in here.
Oh shit! It's probably dead right now.
I'll go with you.
I said because you're, dude. What the fuck? Do your taxes, man. You don't want Uncle Sam. He's got bombs he needs to make. So do your taxes so you can make them.
Yeah. I got Washington State took care of. I got Uncle Sam took care of. Now I just got 2 property taxes to take care of.
What does
And then
Washington State do with your money?
Waste it. They are the expert money wasters.
Somehow I don't doubt it. I mean, their name is Washington, so.
I don't even think they wash it before they waste it. I think they just straight up waste it.
Well, I experience any place named Washington, when they get the public money, they waste it. Whether it has a DC at the end or otherwise.
Yep.
So who's up next? We got Nin Hao. We got Na. Organism 1. Chao De. Yusuf. Zygomatic. And yeah. You guys got any questions? You new people?
Did you
Or
say ciao dear?
said chow de? Yeah, chowder. Want some clam chowder?
Man,
Well-
I dare you to go listen in, man, for 5 seconds.
Oh, what on Q Ops? DM me the live stream link.
Okay, let me get that.
Okay, let me get that. Okay, guys. Oh, tem uma galera aqui.
I just have to make a note for the record that scientists never came back with that measurement of curvature that he was sure was there. Now he's gone.
What are you guys talking about?
We are talking about the lack of curvature on the Earth. Have you heard about that, XPX?
Yeah, I already heard of that.
Oh,
I thought
what did you
guys were
hear?
getting mad at other people.
I don't know.
There's no proof that there is a curvature of the Earth.
That's right. How is the curvature
Yeah.
disproven? How is it discounted? How is it eliminated as a possibility? Do you know that?
By a laser.
Yeah, laser test is one way. Very good.
Mm-hmm. Hey, at least thermodynamics isn't disproven. If that was, I would go crazy, you know.
Yeah, if you want all of the known natural laws to hold,
No.
yeah, then you have to reject outer space. That's correct.
It's just like not only that you would have to like if let's just say this. If thermodynamics wasn't true, that means that even the laser test that you guys were taking would be technically disproven. Like the laser wouldn't work because the heat of the laser wouldn't go up. Just because heat is not like a laser is not a actual physical object that you can touch.
Look, without thermodynamics, there'd be no gas, there'd be no solids, there'd be no liquids.
That too, but yeah.
And you got lots of problems without thermodynamic laws all over the place. That's why I
Yeah,
think
that too.
might have been Einstein that said the laws of thermodynamics are like a leg on a three-legged stool of physics. If you remove it, the whole thing falls down.
I just think no one can disprove thermodynamics.
Well, I mean, they think they have. They think that they're flying in a vacuum.
Oh,
Well, how do you have gas pressure without a container?
oh yeah, that's right.
Why doesn't the air on Earth reach thermodynamic equilibrium with the vacuum?
I don't know.
Yeah, neither does anybody else. They'll say gravity, but that's not an actual valid answer.
Well, just having weight would do it, right?
What does that mean?
If air had weight, that would tend to hold it towards Earth, right?
Yeah, but if we model if we model gas behavior, like in the kinetic theory of gases, there's no weight, there's no gravity, there's none of that crap.
But I mean, a cubic foot of air has a certain weight, right?
Does it?
Well, when I weighed it, it did.
How much does it weigh in water?
No, doesn't.
Well, that would be a negative net buoyancy, but I weighed it. I weighed it
No, it would have no weight. It would have negative weight.
That's why I said it would have a net buoyancy.
Yeah, buoyancy is not weight. You're just mixing and matching. You're in a category error.
But I mean, if you take a 5-gallon vacuum chamber and weigh it with atmospheric pressure free to, in it, and then you pump the air out and then you weigh it, 5 gallons would weigh about like 0.05 pounds less without the air. So doesn't it make sense that the air has weight?
It depends on what it's in. And we're not concerned with its weight. We're concerned with its distribution. How does it distribute itself, regardless of its weight? So I can take that gas that weighs whatever, and I stick it in the vacuum chamber. The entire vacuum chamber reaches a higher pressure. No matter how much gas I stick in there, the gas is not going to be stratified. No matter how much the gas weighs, right? Gravity is not going to hold, or weight is not going to hold. It's not going to create a vacuum on top and pressure on the bottom, which is the condition that they say the Earth is. There's pressure on the bottom and a vacuum on top, right? You can say the weight is holding it away from the vacuum. Okay, great. Do an experiment that shows that. Use weight, use whatever fucking variable you can conjure up in your brain and see if you can get gas to separate from a vacuum in the same container without a barrier. You can't. Nobody can do this. Nobody can even come up with a way to do it. They can't even, not just not do it, they can't think of a way to do it. So Jesse, I'll grant you weight. Do the experiment. Show me that weight can hold gas away from a vacuum.
So how would we apply logic to this? Like
an experiment. That's how we apply logic to it. Would you agree that science is based upon empirical evidence?
I don't know what the word science means in this context, but I do know
the systematic study. Listen, science is the systematic study of the natural world and the things in it, right? So empirical science is based upon empiricism, not strictly logic or reason or explanations or ideas. It exists, right? You come up with a scientific hypothesis, you go into nature and you test it, right? That's how it works, right? But without the test, it's not a scientific endeavor, Right. So no matter what idea you come up with, it's just an idea until you test it. Right? We can play mental masturbation all night long. We can make thought experiments, kinetic experiments. We can imagine and imagine and imagine and imagine. But Newton said, if it can't be settled by experiment, then it is not worthy of debate. So if you want to go down imagination land when we talk about, well, weight should be a good enough. Yeah, great. Okay, let's do that. Let's fucking get a vacuum chamber and have the weight of the gas. Dude, I don't care. Take any gas you want and have it separate away from the vacuum. Simple, right? What do you think will happen, Jesse? That's not going to happen, and you know that's not going to happen. Weight is just a specious argument because, gravity can't work. Do you understand this simple thing? For weight, gravity, or any other force in nature to restrict gas, it has to violate the laws of thermodynamics, because gases will go in all directions freely without restriction until they hit a barrier. If that was not the case, then whatever phenomenon you want, gravity, weight, whatever, would be able to do work. That's right, it would be doing work. It would be a perpetual fucking motion machine. Right? And you could use weight, and you just by the sheer weight, you could cool off gas. And if you had enough weight, the gas would turn to freaking liquid. And even more weight, just add more freaking gas, more of the substance, that liquid would turn to a solid. Because that, whatever it is, has to be doing work. Because you have energy, right? The gas has energy. To restrict it, you have to take the energy away. Where does it go? Just get radiated into space. Where does that energy go? It's just a fucking fairy tale, dude. It's not viable. Just like the fucking goddamn audio you heard earlier. It's a nice story, and you might as well just say there was a wizard with a fucking magic wand that did it.
Wait, can I hear the audio?
What?
What was the audio that he heard?
It was audio I played earlier. It was a guy talking about how ridiculous interstellar space travel is, how nonsensical it is.
Okay, I see it.
Like in a movie, right? They just go, we got a warp drive, right? But there's no way, there's nothing in physics that says any of that shit's even possible or remotely possible. And it's just like saying we have magic. And to do it for real, you would basically, human beings would have basically access to infinite energy, infinite food, infinite freaking medical supplies, and be able to make themselves immortal for us to go to another galaxy or star system or something. We'd be so freaking stoked. We wouldn't need to go anywhere else, and there'd be no reason to want to go. Because we'd be basically gods on Earth.
Okay.
Well, think about it. What do you need to go to the next star, right? So you need a super duper rocket ship, right? That's a million times more powerful than the rockets now. Well, where are you going to get the energy for that? Okay, you basically need to come up with some technology that has near infinite energy. Well, it's also going to take a long time, right? So where's the food going to come from? Where's the water going to come from? Where's the medical stuff going to come from? Well, you need basically some technology that makes infinite amounts of that, which basically means you're gods. If you have infinite food, infinite water, infinite medical supplies, and infinite energy, you're basically gods.
Agriculture?
What?
So you mean agriculture, infinite food, as long as it's taken
Yeah,
care
if you're
of.
in a spaceship, traveling to another
They
star.
have it. It's
What?
possible.
Oh my Jesus Christ! You came back for to be even dumber, man. No, it's not possible.
Yeah, it is.
Oh, okay. I've seen that.
So can you tell us how it is possible?
I don't know much of the sciences around it. I will be honest, but it is
So
possible.
you don't know how it's possible. You don't know if it's possible or not, really.
Hold on. Yes, I do know it's
How much would
possible
it?
because
How much would it cost to go to Mars?
I don't know how much it would cost to go to Mars. That is not what I'm talking about right now.
Okay, so
We're not
Mars
talking
is
about money.
31. No, hold on.
We're
No,
not talking about money. We're talking about resources.
that's part of it.
Hmm?
Money represents resources, dude.
As in food, like being able to survive by your own resources that you make. As long as there's enough heat from a star of any kind, agriculture is possible.
Heat.
Yes, heat and energy from a star. Yes, which travels in heat and radiation.
Plants don't grow from the heat.
Radiation, which also comes off as heat, and the energy from that radiation and
They don't
heat.
use the infrared radiation. They use the green and red. That's how plants grow. Okay.
Yes, but it is transferred in radiation in general. That's how.
They go through
heat is
photosynthesis,
transferred.
dude. You didn't even take 9th grade biology. Jesus
I
fucking
did.
Christ. Well, you must have failed.
Nope.
Oh, did you take that before or after atmospheric science class?
I would just like you to know, if you have enough energy from a star, which stars' energy get to us through radiation, then a plant can
How much
grow
energy does it take to accelerate a spacecraft to get to the closest star in a human
a shit
lifetime?
ton, but it's possible.
In a
It is
human
not-
lifetime.
Not in a human lifetime, but in multiple generations, yes.
Okay, so you need food, right?
Yes.
You need water.
Yes. The water is the hard part.
Water's actually the easy fucking part.
No, it's not. Where are you going to get the water from?
Fusion. You're gonna make it.
You're going to make the water from fusion.
Yeah, you're gonna bind fucking hydrogen to helium.
Okay, cool.
Right. Then what's the next step? Lithium, carbon, oxygen.
Water?
You need H2O. All you need is the oxygen. You already got the hydrogen.
Yeah. So why the fuck are you doing with lithium?
No, I'm talking about. Oh my Jesus Christ, dude.
Hmm?
I'm talking about the fusion process, dude.
Mhm.
Nuclear fusion.
Yep.
Yeah, there's a chain, right?
Yeah, I
So, yeah, you know. So explain it
Yeah.
to me. Explain to me the triple alpha process.
I know what nuclear fusion is. I cannot explain it.
Okay, so what does hydrogen get fused into?
It depends. What are you fusing
No.
it with?
Hydrogen.
Hmm?
Hydrogen
Well,
fuses to
what are you
hydrogen and creates what?
helium.
Jesus, shut up. I'm giving the
Sorry.
answers to the test. Helium. Then helium binds. And that turns into, I don't know, it's something with 4 protons and 4 electrons, or 4 neutrons. And then that binds into something with 8 electrons and 8 neutrons. I think that's oxygen. Fuck, bro. Now we got oxygen, and we have the hydrogen from the beginning. Now we have H2O. That's the fucking easiest part. I don't know how you're gonna make the
No,
food.
it's really not.
Well, good luck trying to make
You
fucking
bring
carbon
plants.
atoms and fucking
You-
iron and
no,
selenium
you-
and shit.
You bring plants, right? You bring carbon. You bring oxygen. Right?
Have you ever grown a plant?
It cycles. Yes. I have
Tell
a
me what
fucking
was
garden,
that?
you
What was
moron.
that? You grew a plant. Okay, plant to what?
Oh, I grew up on a fucking farm. We grew corn, shit like that.
Fuck, dude. I think you were a potato farmer. Long-legged woman, where you been all my life, my life, my life? Inbreeding.
That's what you are, and then fucking bred. And that's
Yeah.
an insult to inbreeds.
Oh, did I touch a nerve?
Nope.
Tell your
You're
own
the one
grandpa.
who was yelling earlier.
Are you your own grandpa? My own
That would be
grandpa.
really cool, because you sound like a fucking grandpa with your Facebook conspiracy shit. Now you know how I felt earlier when you were yelling at the fucking top of your lungs.
Jesus Christ. Who touched your no-no spot?
You, bitch.
No, I don't think so. I don't eat baby food.
You are a fucking baby.
Are you in 4th grade? I know you
No,
are,
but
but
you
what
sound
am
like
I?
it.
Just go on mute, dude. This conversation's beyond you. Beyond you. You don't have the chops for this. Go somewhere else, dude. Go on Facebook and argue flat earth. I'm not trying to be insulting. I'm trying to help you because it's just going to get worse. Why he came back. To show for interstellar space travel? Jesus Christ, man. Berserker, man. Were you just in QOps? Oh boy, here we go.
I think he's still in there, dude.
Oh my God, did you hear the na 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 na? Did you hear that?
Guy? Yeah. That guy's an absolute
Wow.
fucking yeah, no, it's insane in there, man. It's entertaining, but like just. You know?
Yeah, in like a six-sworded sort of way. I don't know. So we got Fakir and Farhan Shah, Pakistan. If you have any questions about the topic, feel free to ask.
How's everyone doing
Who's mumbling?
tonight? Me. How you doing?
Oh, I'm good. How are you?
I'm good. Some of the people that I talked to, play games with, I told them I'm a flat earther, and then they went into the flat Earth Discord trolling. 3 of them went in there, just trolling your channel, saying I'm a glober,
Okay.
and I don't know. I'm guessing you're just trying to rage bait me.
Don't worry. We'll judge for ourselves. We don't rely on other people. Talk is cheap, as they say. Now, why would someone do that to you?
I don't know. You know, I talk about it a lot with the people I play games with, and every single person says I'm rage baiting when I tell them I'm a flat earther.
Well,
I don't understand it.
because they're emotionally attached to the globe. It's like a cult. And
I
they like listen, it's like being in a cult, right? And part of being in that cult is believing everybody else is in that cult. Okay? So they can't believe that there's anybody not in the cult because that goes against the cult. Because the part of that cult belief is everybody knows it's a globe, right? And then you're like, I'm a flat earther. And you're like, no way. My cult programming tells me everybody knows the earth is a globe. You can't really be a flat earther. You got to be rage baiting or trolling. Don't look at them like they're just like normal people that made some decision at some point in time to believe the earth is a globe. They never decided. They were told when they were 5 that the earth is a globe, and if they don't agree with that they're stupid. And that if they don't put that down on the test answer, they get a 0. Right? This is how we're all raised. Oh, only stupid people believe the earth is flat. And if you don't write the earth as a globe on the test, that's a wrong answer. And you fail.
Well, yeah, that's
They
the
never presented any
institutionalized
evidence.
education system for
Well,
them.
they never presented any evidence for it, right? When you were 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, they never present any evidence. So these people, they're very sure that the earth is a globe. They have an immense confidence. So when they hear someone doesn't believe in that idea, it's hard for them to take because, like I said, part of the cult programming is more than just the globe. Part of that is everybody else believes it too. And if you don't believe it, you're stupid. And they think you got that programming, and that why would anybody want to be thought of as stupid? He has to be just rage baiting or LARPing or memeing, right? They can't comprehend that there'd actually be a valid reason to know the earth was flat. I mean, shit, they don't believe their own eyes. I mean, what else do you have to say? You go, hey man, the earth looks flat, and they immediately come up with an excuse why the earth looks flat. I go, okay, the earth looks flat. Why do you think the earth's flat? It looks flat. Well, that's not a good reason. Well, what is a good reason? Isn't looking flat? Should I think it's not flat when it looks flat? That's dumb. Yeah, well, it could be a giant ball. The earth is just so big, it's just a giant ball that looks flat. I go, how do you know that's the reason it looks flat? Maybe it just looks flat because it is flat. How do you know it's a giant ball is the reason? And I never get an answer. Because they don't know that.
Yeah, I think I'd say that for any geometrical shape. If
Oh yeah,
it's
it's just so big it seems flat,
could be
right?
locally flat. Like it's just
Yeah.
it's a ridiculous argument.
It's absolutely silly, dude. Well, if you go over on the home server, you weren't kicked out of there, right?
No, I just don't. I don't go in the. I don't see anybody in VC in there ever, so I just don't really look in there too much.
Yeah, we only pop in there like maybe once a month or something. I'm just mentioning because we have an information section. I don't know if you've seen it. If you scroll down the channels, that's like people that are say they're flat earthers. That's where I point them to. If you're flat earther, you know, we're here to help.
There's
It's
lots
a
to-
gigantic resource. If you go into the information section, it's all alphabetical order. Every possible subject, A through Z. CGI, optics, perspective, long distance observations, laser tests, the moon, the sun, maps, geodesy, CGI, like everything you could possibly think of is in there.
I'm not sure if you've seen DJ's server, but there's a lot of information on his too.
Yeah. Certainly, DJ has a wealth of resources. I would say DJ is more contemporary. Our server's been around for a while, so a lot of the information is stuff we collected over years. Whereas DJ, he has stuff that's been done recently.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
The Kluber you were talking to just left.
He was in here earlier. He's been here a few times. He's a dimwit.
I
You
felt
know
like
what
I heard his
invincible
voice
ignorance
before.
is? He has invincible ignorance. You will never defeat it.
I'm surprised he said he was a farmer and all the things he was saying about being able to go travel between stars.
He's been telling. Well, he also said that he was a atmospheric scientist. So he's come in here and told a lot of tall tales.
What is an atmospheric scientist?
Not him.
Like a weather person?
Yeah, kind of like a meteorologist, but more of the academic type, right? So a meteorologist would be someone that actually practices, whereas an atmospheric scientist would be doing kind of like theory.
Yeah. I wonder if he checked into the theory about having atmosphere without a container.
Man, he thinks you can freaking create infinite food, water, and medical supplies and fly to another star. What do you think he thinks about that?
He's probably a hardcore gravity believer, dude. Are there any Glovers in here right now?
I'm here.
How's it going?
Oh, not too bad. How are you doing?
I'm good. Why do you think the Earth is a ball?
Oh well, it. I'm still researching, but so far the evidence just hasn't quite leaned flat when I look at the preponderance of it.
Stop it. Get some help. What evidence have you seen?
Well, let's see, a number of different things. I think that the flight times of aircraft between continents is a very good evidence.
What about the flight times?
Well, if we have a reasonable idea of the path they take, and I'll grant you that we don't know the exact path that they take, but I think we have a reasonable idea of the path they take. And I believe we can also determine a speed within certain margin of uncertainty, and with time times velocity, we know distance, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when we start, well, this is. Do you remember Tiger Dan 925 or whatever?
No, I got no idea who that is.
Oh, okay. It doesn't matter. He was a flat earther about maybe 10 years ago who was going to construct a flat Earth map using flight distances between major airports in different continents, and it formed a globe. And so then he kind of got mad and left flat Earth, and everyone called him a shill or something. But anyway, but if you take these distances that you calculate from the time, the duration, and the velocity of these flights, and you can grant yourself some pretty large margins of uncertainty. You can, if you take and cut strips of paper, say 1 inch per 1,000 miles or whatever, and then for each of these flight paths, and then you join all these strips of paper together at the corners so that they form like a mesh, like a net that represents the actual physical distance between the airports, then this forms a ball. You can't make it lie flat. So I think that's actually a really good point of evidence, because it's a physical, surface distance based geometric point of evidence.
I'm not gonna lie to you. What you said to me about the strips and creating this mesh, it kind of confused me. So I don't really know what you're saying.
Well, I could let me make an illustration. Let's say I took that blue painter's tape that comes off real easy, but it goes on and comes off easy.
Frog tape.
What's that?
Called frog tape.
Frog tape? Oh,
Yeah.
maybe. Yeah, the greens. I think the green stuff is called frog tape.
Green stuff
No,
is masking
that
tape.
blue tape holds on forever. I put some blue tape up on an exterior wall. It's been up there for 2 years now.
Yeah, you have to take it off right before the UV gets to it. Otherwise, it.
Yeah, tape is meant for painters. It's really good.
But anyway, some easy removal tape, just for the sake of our discussion. And let's say I cut it into strips about 6 to 10 inches long, and I form triangles all over my car with this tape. I lay the tape down nice and smooth on the car, and I form these triangles over maybe the roof might be a little curved, maybe the windows are flat, whatever. But I form triangles that all share corners, like this, kind of like a fisherman's net that perfectly matches the shape of my car. Now, let's say I take and I peel this whole thing off without detaching the tape from itself. I will have this mesh, like this net, that's still the exact shape of the top half of my car, right?
Okay.
And if I take each of those strips of tape that forms these triangles in this mesh or this net, and reduce the length to 1/10, for example, I will still have the same shape of my car, but it'll be a 1/10 scale of my car, right?
Okay.
So that's basically what I'm talking about, but instead of laying tape from between major cities across continents and between continents on the Earth, because that would be a lot of frog tape, instead we're using the length of the commercial jetliner flights between these points, and then we're using that length and reducing it to, say, 1 inch per 1,000 miles, so that we can then reconnect together all those segments and form a scaled down but to scale mesh or net that matches those flight paths. Does that sort of make sense?
A little bit more, but I really don't get it.
Well, fair enough. I will have to think about a better way to illustrate it.
Sure, if there's
That's
like a
that's
picture.
that's
Sorry, go
assuming.
on.
I was just saying that's assuming we know the ground speed over water, right, Jesse?
Oh, yeah, and of course there's going to be some margin of uncertainty, you know. But on the other hand, we can't be going, you know, a 747 or a 737 is not physically cannot go faster than the speed of sound at its altitude because it would just tear apart. They're not made for it. That's physics, right?
So if it was in a jet stream and the air around it was going, what was helping it maintain that speed? So it it was fly. Let's say this jet is flying at 600 miles an hour, right? And then it catches a tailwind of 300 miles an hour. How fast is it going?
Right. No, it's going faster, and that would be a source of uncertainty. Would be the
Well,
jet speed
how fast would it be going?
in the air or the ground speed.
If it was going 600 miles an hour, right? And then it catches a tailwind. The airspeed 600 miles an hour, 600 knots. And it catches a tailwind of 300 miles an hour. What's the speed? What's the ground speed of that jet?
The ground speed would be 900.
And what's the speed of sound?
The speed of sound is always with reference to the media or the medium in which it's traveling.
What's the speed of sound?
Oh, I don't know. It's slower up there. It's a little
Like
under
780,
1,000.
right?
It could be. Yeah, I mean, if you go high enough, it gets lower. The higher you go, the lower it gets.
So, saying that it can't go faster than the speed of sound.
Okay, let me clarify.
It can if the conditions are met for it, right?
Okay, let me correct myself. It cannot go faster than the speed of sound in the air or relative to the air it's flying through. I thought that would be assumed. I did not realize somebody would mistake what I meant, so that's what I meant.
I'm not mistaking what you meant. I'm just clarifying. Like, it's possible that this jet that has a maximum speed of 600 miles an hour that could fly upwards to 900 or 1,000 miles.
Yes, I already granted that the airspeed, that the wind or the jet stream would be a source of uncertainty. But we still have limits. That jet won't be going 2,000 miles an hour ground speed. Also, people could actually measure ground speed with their cell phones by filming out the window as close to straight down as they could, and whatever features down there, maybe waves or ships or whatever they might see going by down there. A lot of times you can see like a big froth swirl or like you know, something. Any texture of the surface that you can see from the plane will allow you to know the angular rate of that. And if you're passing over anything of a known size, like a continent, an island, or something, you can time how long it takes you to go, you know, enter the edge of it and then leave the other edge of it. So we can get some pretty good, reasonably close enough ideas on ground speed to make a distinction between flat or globe. Even though there is an uncertainty of the tailwind, there's the uncertainty of the altitude. There's still limits to those uncertainties, and
Are we flying over land mostly in the southern?
It would depend entirely on which flight it was. Some of the flights do go over a lot of land, some probably don't go over much.
How much land is in the north of the equator versus south of the?
I don't know. I'm an
Is there
American.
more
I don't
land?
know. What's that?
Is there more land in the north or the south?
I don't know.
Well, there's more in the north. Most of the flying in the south is done relatively over water, but actually most of the flights in the south are because you need to be able to have emergency landing. It's extremely rare to have long haul flights. Um, land is in the world versus the south. I wish I would have known the percentage ahead of time. 68% of the Earth's landmass is northern.
That's a little more balanced than I thought it was going to be, frankly.
Someone hot mic.
It's our Russian friend.
What's up?
Were you hot micing?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Another thing we can tell is when that pilot puts that plane on autopilot, it holds the engine RPMs quite steady, and it holds the whole plane quite steady. So by recording the audio, because the engines, they vibrate the whole plane. So by recording the audio on one's phone, they could analyze if the engine speeds ever changed too. And so, like, let's say we're taking out on a flight that was going to be 90% over the ocean, where you didn't have any land masses to reference your actual speed to. You could analyze the engine RPMs while you were like leaving your continent, and you could video, passing over this city and then passing over that city, and figure out what your speed was. And then if the engine didn't change RPMs for the bulk of the flight until they got, into their landing pattern, that would be a pretty good indication that they weren't like, speeding way up or slowing way down or anything like that.
Maybe. Has anybody ever done that?
Not recorded it that I know of, but I have sat there listening to the engine RPM and noticed how steady it holds when it's on cruise control.
Yeah, they usually sit there roughly at like 500, give or take. But that doesn't account for tailwind.
Correct.
Turbulence is a pretty amazing thing. Quick question: how many time zones are in the northern hemisphere? And south?
One for every warring tribe, I think. I don't know the number offhand.
There's 19 in the north, and there's 30. Some say 37. Some sources say 33 in the south. It's super odd that where there's 68% of the land, there's only 19. Where there's 32% of the land, there's 33.
I don't find it odd because a lot of the northern land is much bigger, more organized countries instead of a bunch of little warring villages that are like making their own time zones. And then if you look in the south, it's like a lot of different little, political jurisdictions, each with their own little time zone. And they don't. They're like third world tribes, and they don't care to coordinate their time zones with anybody else. So I don't see it as strange. But anyway,
How many time zones are in Australia?
oh, 3-ish. Is it 2 or 3? I think it's 3, but I don't remember.
I think
I could,
Australia and New Zealand count.
and then they've actually have some. Oh, you know what? They actually have some tiny little like towns or something that actually have their own time zone.
3 time zones. And then how many time zones in South America?
But
4 time zones in South America. How many time zones
frankly, I think time zones is one of those weak flat Earth arguments that should just be put to rest.
No. The reason why I just think it's odd that like where there's little land, there's a whole bunch more time zones. So South Africa has one time zone. Australia has three time zones. That's four. And South America has four time zones. So that's eight. So there's eight in those three locations that accounts for 8 out of the 33 time zones. Where are the other 33 time zones?
You want me to find you a time zone map? I've seen a good one once.
Oh no, I mean I've looked at the time zone map. The time zone map doesn't even show the correct.
I mean, it's like there's literally a number of places where the exact same latitude or longitude is two different time zones. But you know it's solar noon at both of them at the same time, right?
I know that.
So why do you think that? What do you think causes time zones?
I know it's a political thing.
Oh, cool.
Only politics are the time zone. But my problem is I just named the three continents that are in the southern hemisphere. There's 8 time zones between those three locations. And then we're missing 25 more time zones. So they put 25 time zones over water? Like, what's the purpose of those?
Well, there are islands in little tiny islands that may not show up on a worldwide map.
Do they have banks?
What's that?
Do they have banks?
I bet you some of them don't, but they still have a time zone.
Why do they need a time zone?
Well, so they know when their tribe's going to gather for group lunch or something. I don't know.
Oh, come on, man. Time zones are only created so they can figure out when the stock market.
Oh. I think I disagree with that because I mean, if let's say there's a little village island somewhere completely disconnected with the world, they're still gonna pick a they're gonna have a time zone that kind of matches solar noon to clock noon, just for them. They don't care about banks. They still if they have watches, they're gonna have their own time zone, and it's probably not even gonna be lined up to a degree mark of longitude. In fact, there are quarter degree longitude time zones.
Come on. Really?
I think so. Like 45 after the hour or something. Let me
You
look.
think some Aborigine warlord is controlling his whole island, living in a mansion with like 50 women hanging around him?
It looks like maybe Nepal is UTC plus 5 hours and 45 minutes. So that's a quarter of a degree of latitude off, or of longitude. New Zealand also, and the Euclid district in Western Australia is UTC plus 8 hours and 45 minutes. So that like puts some countries like 15 minutes ahead of like neighboring countries. So how do you see time zones relating to flat Earth?
I don't.
Oh, okay.
I'm just wondering why there's 33 of them south of the equator.
Oh, must be the Freemasons.
That's funny.
Also, as far as the idea of using airplane flights for mapping out Earth, for those of you who don't believe that the globe is actually a giant conspiracy cover-up, and who accept that GPS gives accurate speed readings, you can always check your speed and altitude with your GPS receiver on the airplane.
Is that not doing those calculations based off a presupposed spherical coordinate system?
I mean, it depends what you got it set to, but if you set it to ECEF, then it's just calculating straight line distance speed in a 3D Cartesian coordinate system.
But it's still doing it based off a globe, right? Like with a center of mass, and it relates to the WGS84 as well, even ECEF.
I'd be glad to discuss that with you another time because it's a deep topic and it's different
Yeah,
than
yeah. It's
the one
like
I
5
brought up.
a.m. It's like
Yeah.
5 a.m. for me, right? So,
But the point is, we all agree that GPS gives accurate speeds when we're over ground, right? When we can look down and see the cities going by, it's like, yeah, it gives the correct speed, right?
Not always. Not always. Sometimes you'll get an incorrect location. It'll recalibrate and put itself back onto a track based off of like what DJ said, WGS 84.
Well, I recommend using a standalone.
Like, just sorry to interrupt, man. I just wanted to kind of expand on that just for a moment. Like, just to clarify, kind of like when you're driving on the freeway and then it tells you to exit the freeway, make a right turn, go down the block, make a right turn, go down the block, make a right turn, go down the block, make a right turn, get back on the freeway. You're like, why did I just do all that? Well, the GPS is recalibrated. It was
Yeah.
an error and it needed to get back on the WGS 84.
Well, that's a whole nother issue. It's trying to navigate a road map. But I'm just talking about because, like, if you get never mind the phone app, just get a standalone hiker's GPS that shows you your lat long and your speed and your heading and your altitude, and don't try to like complicate it by following navigating a road map, a turn by turn. You just want your speed, your direction. Well, you don't really need your direction, but you want your speed and your altitude, or at least your speed. You'll find that that much is very very reliable when you're flying over land. So, without us agreeing how GPS works, I think we can agree that over land, and I'm not talking about the whole turn-by-turn algorithm that gets messed up when you miss a turn or the road got blocked or something. I'm just talking about the underlying GPS system that gives you your speed. I think we all agree that unless your unit is
I'm not saying.
malfunctioning.
No, you're misinterpreting. You're throwing extra in there, and I didn't add it. I didn't say there was construction ahead. I didn't say there was a roadblock ahead. Was it a detour ahead? It just all of a sudden takes you off track. You're traveling along the road, and it decides, hey, you need to exit right here. Why do I need to exit right here? I know I need to go another 5 more miles and then get on this other freeway. No. You need to exit right here, and then you exit. It makes you take a right turn, go down a block, take a right turn, go down 2 blocks, take another right turn. And then it puts you right back on the freeway again. It's like, why did I listen to GPS? I should have just kept going where I knew I was supposed to go. It's literally in error at that very moment because your current location doesn't match what it's been tracking on overlaying a WGS84, and so it needs to recalibrate itself and put itself back into that Cartesian coordinate system you were talking about, that DJ was talking about. It's not an error because of a road construction. There's nothing wrong with it. It just every once in a while, the GPS isn't doing what it's supposed to be doing. It takes you off of the location that you're like, oh, I need to be going in this direction. No, you need to turn around. You need to do a circle. And what it's doing is it's recalibrating it to put it back on the WGS84. Why? I thought it works. Why would it need to recalibrate?
Well, what model do you have? Is it saying recalibrating or recalculating?
Calculating, calibrating is the same thing, man. It's recentering itself back onto your fixed location. Right?
Not mine. That's not what mine means when it says that. What mine says when it says recalculating is it means that it believes I've deviated from the route it was asking me to go on, and so now it has to parse through the roads and intersections and find a route to get me back on track. But that has to do with the map that's installed in it and the mapping, the turn by turn algorithm.
I'm just talking about driving on the highway, man. Like, driving 100, 120 miles. I can't count how many times I've been told to exit the freeway and turn and turn and turn and get back on the freeway. It's like, why did I do that? I just wasted 20 minutes of my time. Why is it recalculating something that it should already be working? It should be a working model, right?
Is it your phone or is it like an old Garmin? Like a Garmin Carve GPS, or what is it?
Either or. I haven't used a Garmin in a while, but Garmin's used to do it all the time too.
Well, malfunctioning or busted units aside, I think
So
DJ
you're the one that brought up like GPS, right?
Well, I think DJ would agree with me that a GPS receiver that's not busted will almost always give you a very reasonably accurate speed when you're over land. So
Well, actually, I don't know. I haven't tested it or I haven't seen the tests done, so I would just say I'm not sure about that. That would be my honest response.
right, I know you're not sure about anything, but you also don't have any evidence against what I'm saying.
Such
And
a straw man.
Yeah, what do you mean I'm not sure about anything?
well, I've found you don't make hyper-specific claims, and when it comes right down to a
No, I make specific claims. I just, when I'm talking about hyper-specific claims, I'm talking about, oh, that thing in the distance is a few inches lower than it should be, therefore the Earth is a globe. When I use hyper-specific claims, I'm talking about an observation where you're making an extremely specific claim of something that you're seeing in the distance and then chanting that it's a globe because of that. Whereas we're making observations where we don't see any curvature. It's like, okay, no curvatures detected. There's hundreds and hundreds of feet of curvature missing. And there's no evidence that refraction is able to cause that you can provide. So that doesn't mean that I don't, I that doesn't mean I don't know anything. I don't make specific claims about anything. That was a weird straw man to make. I'm not sure where that came from.
well, I apologize if it seemed unkind, but have you ever done much driving with the GPS guiding you and looked and seen, because the GPS will say, oh, you're going 50 miles an hour, or I suppose it'd be 50 knots in your case, and you look at your car's speedometer and it's, 52, whatever, they're pretty close, right? Or have you never done that?
Yeah, I haven't really compared them that closely. I mean, I don't just look at the speedo in my car.
Oh, okay. Well, I've driven a fair amount, not like a professional driver, but I've driven a fair amount, a few 500-mile road trips and stuff. And I've found that the GPS to be quite reasonable over ground for speed, on the indicated speed.
Right, but you're not really getting along an overall. I mean, it's I don't think it's analogous really when you're flying over a huge distance, like what Sheepdog was talking about when you're in a plane, right? Compared to just driving around on your car. I mean, you're not going to notice much of a difference when you just look at the speedo and then you look at the GPS speed. It's going to show roughly the same. What's the margin of error over a long distance? I'm just saying that I haven't checked that, so I don't know for sure when it comes to what we're actually talking about, which is a plane going a long distance, and whether that GPS is calculating it based off, like, what's it calculating it based off of specifically?
Right, and I wasn't bringing up how it calculates it. I could explain it, but it would take hours, and it would be a long, painful process, which I'm glad to do, but just not now. But the question is, does it work? If it works, it's like, let's say someone takes off from New York, but heading west. So they're going to fly over nearly the full length of the United States. The pilots, they got a GPS going, and anyone in a window seat they can turn theirs on and also see how fast they're going. And if you record, how much when you take off and how long it takes you to then clear the other end of the United States, and we know how long. I think we do know how long the United States is because it's been pretty well surveyed out, and people drive it. So we can confirm that at least GPS. Well, I should say, if we can confirm that GPS works over the length of the United States, as far as indicating ground speed, then it should work also over the ocean to indicate ground speed, right?
Oh, I don't know. I haven't tested it. Have you?
I mean, I've turned it on. It just indicated that, 525
Yeah,
miles an hour.
but then you haven't compared that to reality to make sure it's actually correct. You just looking at a number on a screen and seeing, oh, that must be correct.
But why would it not be correct?
Well, I don't know. I haven't seen validation of it being correct, and that's why I was asking: is it calculating the speed just based off a spherical model in the first place? So between this coordinate and that coordinate, there's X amount of distance, and based off, I don't know, the coordinates that you put in. I'm not sure exactly. That's why I was asking you. Like, can you explain the basics without a 6-hour speech about it? How is it calculating the distance? The speed that the plane's going in. Not sure exactly how it works. That's why I was saying I haven't checked it, and apparently you haven't checked it either.
Well, and it depends on the model you're using and the mode you have it set in.
Yeah, exactly. So there's a lot of things to take into account. That's all. So I don't know personally. You seem to know, but you don't sound like you've actually tested to make sure it's completely correct. Like, what's the margin of error? I'm not sure.
But pilots would know about it. If pilots have to learn all about the airplane they're flying. Its minimum speed, its maximum speed, its stall speed, and how fast it can go at low elevations, how fast it can go in thinner air at higher elevations. If they were flying their planes outside of specification because their cockpit GPS was giving them the wrong speed, or if they noticed that their speed was indicated by the GPS was way off.
Who said it's way off? No one said it would be way off. I just said I don't know how accurate it is over a long distance. That's all. And maybe they don't either, because I mean these flights vary quite a lot, and like Sheepdog was saying, you've got all sorts of air currents to take into account as well. And then is all of this just being calculated off a spherical model in the first place? It's like, oh, look, we assume a sphere model, and then the distances match up with the sphere model. Earth is a sphere.
Well, I'm not talking about distances. I'm talking about speeds, because the GPS gives you a speed indication every second or so.
Okay,
right?
and how's that being calculated?
It's either Doppler or the distance traveled between this second and the second before. So however far you traveled in the last second, and however much time that took.
Yeah, and is that being calculated based off a presupposed globe? That's what I was wondering. I mean, maybe it's a silly question, and I haven't really thought about it. That's why I'm asking.
Right. Like, is it calculating the distance based off of an arc?
It could be, but you could also set it, if you supported it, to ECEF mode, in which case it would just be calculating the distance between 2 points in 3D space.
No, that's okay. So I did a bunch. I was having a conversation with Dazza the other day, so I did do a couple of hours research on whether ECEF pre-assumes a sphere, and everything that I looked up said that it absolutely does. Even the Wikipedia, everything I looked up all said that it does.
But it's not a spherical coordinate system. It is a rectangular coordinate system.
Well, it's Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. I mean, it's based off the center of mass. I mean, I can try to bring up some of the stuff that I looked up the other day about it being directly related to a sphere. I only read it all once, so I didn't memorize it all.
Yeah, the z-axis is alongside the Earth's spin axis, or is through the Earth's spin axis, and then x and y, one of them is through the equator, and the other is through the prime meridian, and of the three axes cross at the center of mass. So that's how it relates to a sphere. But as a coordinate system, when you get a position fix in ECEF format, it is not a spherical coordinate. It is a rectilinear, or it is a Cartesian XYZ coordinate. And then 1 second later, you get another XYZ Cartesian coordinate, and then you use I think it's a 3D version of Pythagorean theorem to calculate the distance between those two XYZ Cartesian coordinates. So that would be your distance traveled in the last second, and then of course that would be meters per second that you were traveling, and then it would convert it to, miles per hour or whatever you wanted. Because the ECEF returns meters for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Like everything that I look up on it, even just I can't pull up all of the literature that I was reading on it right now, but it says Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system is a global 3D Cartesian system based on a mathematical model of the Earth. It models the Earth as an ellipsoid rotating WGS84. What it is, the standard coordinate system used by Global Positioning System, GPS, and GNSS systems. It uses an ellipsoid, specifically GRS80, or a slightly modified version to the Earth's shape. ECEF frame used by GPS calculates XYZ positions relative to the WGS84 center of mass, using the WGS84 ellipsoid to define its axes.
Right, but the axes themselves are straight. They're straight orthogonal XYZ. Like you could print a ball in a 3D printer, but the 3D printer is still a Cartesian XYZ coordinate system, right?
Right, I get that. I remember looking at the models of it, but it was still based around a sphere. So
Well, the AI you were reading is a little bit confused. It sounds like. I mean, it got some of the stuff right, but the coordinate, the XYZ coordinate system itself is strictly Cartesian. It's in meters, and there's 3 axes. They're all in meters, and they're all at right angles to each other, just like on a 3D.
but it's measured in meters from the Earth's center of mass.
Right. But I
Right.
mean, all
That
XYZ.
sounds like a globe to me.
But that doesn't change the linearity of the axes. I mean, all Cartesian coordinate systems need something for the origin. Happening to put that at the center of a ball doesn't mean it's not it's no longer an XYZ coordinate system, right?
Yeah, I don't know, man. I've only been looking into it for a little bit, so I don't know enough about it. I'm sure if Indio or Yoda was in here, they could go over it in more detail. I've heard them say it doesn't assume a globe, so but everything I look up says that it absolutely does.
They said
So
it
I'm
does
not
not.
sure. Yeah, they said it doesn't.
Well, most people prefer to work in latitude and longitude, so all consumer GPSs by default will be set to some spherical coordinate system like WGS84 or whatever, and may not even have ECEF as an output option, but internally the fix is actually obtained in ECEF and then converted to a spherical coordinate system. But there's an app, I think Rhinex or something, you can get for Android and maybe iPhone, I'm not sure, that actually gives you access to the ECEF XYZ Cartesian coordinates for your location.
Well, it says here that XYZ refers to ECEF, and it absolutely assumes a globe, specifically an ellipsoid like WGS84. The origin is the center of the Earth. You can't define the center of the Earth without a global model. In this system, a person standing in New York has an x-coordinate of roughly 1.3 meters and a z-coordinate of 4.5 million meters. This is likely that the other person is thinking of. In many engineering or robotics projects, XYZ refers to a local tangent plane. the origin, a specific point on the ground, like a construction site or drone launch pad, the assumption it treats the immediate area as a flat surface. The limit, this only works for short distances. If you try to use local XYZ for a flight from New York to London without accounting for the globe's curve, your straight line would eventually fly off into space. Why the confusion happens. In software like AutoCAD or game engines, you often work in a flat world XYZ, but in geodesy and GPS, XYZ always refers to the Earth-centered globe model. So I don't know, man. That's what I'm looking up. If you're saying that the AI is wrong, I mean, this is just straight up Google AI. So it's not some AI that I've told to go against you or anything like that.
Yeah, it's a bit confused. So when you have time, look at its actual references and see what the humans actually wrote. It's true that
Right, but I
ECE
was looking up the sources. I was looking at the source material the other night when I was talking to Daza. But right now I can't be asked getting back into all of those links.
Yeah.
But it did confirm exactly pretty much what it's saying right here. So yeah, I'm not saying you're wrong. I just need to look into it a bit more because yeah, I'm getting mixed information from a bunch of different sources and people.
Understood. But I think it's still a very interesting point that it does work to indicate speed. However it works, that's a different issue. It does seem very effective at indicating ground speed even from an airplane. Unless, well, it does over ground. The only place that we can say we don't know is over the ocean where there's no visible landmarks of known spacing. But why would they make it, if they're not trying to hide anything, why would they make it to read wrong out there in order to
I'm not sure I'm not saying someone's programming it to read wrong. I guess it's programmed to reference a particular model. I'm not sure. So it says the ECEF based speed is independent of visibility or surface conditions.
So, what we do know is that we can take a commercial flight from one side of the world to the other, and we can start our stopwatch when we take off, stop it when we land, and then we can record our indicated ground speed on our handheld GPS as we fly. And we find that matches up. That time times velocity matches up to the claimed distance between those two.
So yeah, so it's saying here that the speed is calculated just based off the globe model anyway, so of course it's going to match up.
So
yeah, if you were traveling faster and it didn't sync up with the globe model, it would just recalculate.
Well, except if it's not giving you turn-by-turn directions, then it's not going to have to calculate anything to begin with as far as routes. It's just going to be giving you a speed.
Well, isn't it just going to be getting it will be using the coordinates and calculating based off of that? So it's just going to be say, okay, on a globe, I don't know. I need to look into it a bit more. I admit. I don't want to butcher it too much.
And I'll say this: when I gave the example of driving on the freeway and recalculating, and when it recalculates, it gives you a turn by turn that takes you off the course to put you back on course. The reason why it takes you off course is because you're in a location that doesn't conform to the WGS84, so it you back up. So it's going to tell you to detour, so that way it can recalibrate itself, recalculate itself. That's all I was saying earlier. Now, if you were in an airplane using GPS, flying supposedly in a straight line, right? And you're supposed to be going 600 miles an hour. You catch a tailwind 300 miles an hour. You're going 900 miles an hour. But you don't know how fast you're going in the tailwind. You just know that you got a tailwind because of the way the instruments read in the back of your plane, forcing you forward. And then let's say you travel further than what was expected by GPS. It's just going to recalculate itself to put you back on the WGS 84. That's what we've been telling you. It's set up to only work for the WGS 84.
All right, so I asked it to dumb it down for me a little bit because I think that's needed. Okay, so I asked it, so how specifically is it calculating the speed when going over the ocean? Dumb it down for me. It says, okay, think of the globe like a giant spinning ball with a 3D grid inside it. Here is the simple dumbed down version of how it gets your speed. Right, so number one, pinpointing the dots. Your GPS receiver talks to satellites to find your exact address in that 3D grid, XYZ, every second. Measuring the gap. It looks like where you were at a certain time and where you're at another time. Okay, 3, doing the math. It calculates the straight line distance between those 2 points. Number 1, example. If you move 10 meters in 1 second, you're going 10 meters per second. 4, accounting for the curve. Because the GPS system uses a globe model, it knows the Earth is curved. It treats your movement as if you are sliding along the surface of that ball. The ocean, the quote-unquote ocean secret. Okay, the system doesn't actually see the ocean. It doesn't care if there are waves, deep water, or flat land. It only cares about your position relative to the center of the Earth. To the GPS, flying over the Pacific Ocean is exactly the same as flying over the Sahara Desert. It's just moving from one set of coordinates on the ball to another. Okay, so I asked it. So it just calculates the speed purely based off the globe model. It's not actually detecting speed live, ? You've nailed it. It's calculating, not sensing. Think of a speedometer in a car. It has a physical sensor on the wheels. It feels the speed live. GPS/ECEF doesn't feel anything. It's more like a guy with a stopwatch and a map. The map is the globe model, the grid. The stopwatch is the GPS clock. The math. It sees you at a point A, and then a split second later at point B, it calculates the distance between those dots on the globe and says to get from A to B that fast, you must be moving at X speed. So yeah, of course it's going to match up with a globe if it's doing it that way.
So that raises the question, if I do take off in New York, fly straight west along the United States and on out, and then land on some island that stays out there, did the GPS give the correct speed, or did it give a wildly incorrect speed over ground? If it gave the correct speed, then we know the correct distance to that between those 2 points, right?
Right. So I mean, it would have given you the speed based off the globe coordinate system. So if you're calculating the distance based off that speed, it's going to match up with the globe model because that's what the speed that it's given you is purely based off of. Whether that's the actual distance, that's something that would have to be measured in a different way that doesn't pre-assume a globe if you wanted to actually compare it to reality, in my opinion.
Okay, so let's say while I'm still, when I take off, I start my stopwatch, and and the plane goes right up to exactly 500 miles an hour, according to my GPS ground speed, and it just holds steady, 500 miles an hour. I time exactly how long it takes to get from one end of the United States to the other. What is that, 5 hours? No, couldn't be that. Anyway, and so just as I'm leaving the western tip, I look down, I stop my stopwatch, and I'm like, aha, okay. So at that point, I know how long the United States are. I can
Based
then
off of what? Based off of what? The globe model. The globe model distances. So you're comparing the globe model GPS to the globe model distances on the globe model. So the globe model is going to match globe model. Does that make sense?
Oh, do you have some concerns that the claimed distance, the claimed dimension of the United States is not what the physical reality is?
I've not measured it myself, so I'm not sure. I mean, you just trust that it is whatever they tell you it is, but I haven't checked, so I'm not sure precisely if it's if that's completely correct or not. Because I mean, you've only been showed the distance according to a globe model, but I don't think it would be a huge difference anyway. Probably, but I haven't checked, so I don't know exactly how accurate that is. But my point is, you're using the globe and comparing it to the globe, and then wondering why it matches the globe, and saying therefore the Earth's a globe because the globe model GPS thing uses the other globe model and it matches up. That was my only point.
So let's see, like, I mean, like when surveyors survey a city block, do you think they're way off? Maybe it's twice as big as they say.
No, no. I didn't just say United States might be twice as big or twice as small as they say. I said it's probably very close. But that wasn't my point, right? I was just saying the GPS. You're saying that you can compare the GPS speed to the distance, right? To calculating the distance based off the globe model, and it matches up. But the GPS is assuming the same globe model anyway.
But
So it's going to match up.
But the geodetic surveyors measured surface distance with triangulation, right?
Well, they're using a bunch of knobs to make their measurements fit their presupposed datum or whatever that they're trying to fit it to. So they're not accurately accounting for refraction. They're throwing out results that don't match up. And then they're taking it and they're using refraction and they're using different things as like little knobs to make it fit their model, and they're not doing it over long distances. So whether it's flat or a globe, it's not going to be much different. So they don't have to. They can use instrument error. They can use a whole bunch of different things to say, oh, it matches the globe, even though the difference is hardly anything over those distances anyway. So you could do the same thing and fit it, right? Fit it to a flat Earth.
So are you familiar with how triangulation is done in basic terms? I don't mind explaining it if not. It's pretty simple.
Are you talking about with the spherical axis?
No, just plain old-fashioned triangulation.
Right, but I thought we were talking about surveying, geodetic surveying. We're talking about like the American transcontinental and the arc of the parallel. Is that what you were sort of referring to? These types of surveys?
Well, the basic technique, but that was more complex. But you know how if you have a triangle and you know the length of one side and the angle of any two corners, you can then compute the angle and length of all remaining unknowns, right?
Yes.
Okay, so this is how distance was measured over great parts of continents. Is they would set up maybe a half a kilometer baseline that was an actual ruler that was very, very carefully laid out and straight, and that was the corner. That was the baseline of their first triangle. Then they set up a third point somewhere off that formed the rest of that triangle, and then they measured the angle, the distance of their baseline, which was like often like an Invar metal tape measure or something, and then they measured the angle of two corners. Then they could compute the length of the other two sides based just on two angle measurements and the length of that baseline. Now that they know the length of all three sides, now they can form another triangle by adding another point off of one of the sides of the existing triangle using two of the old points, which they know the distance now, and they can just keep adding on triangles after triangle after triangle, and it's that's how they very accurately measure distances over great distance. Did that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
So that is how they claim to have measured the surface distance of the United States. So unless they're lying about that, those baselines and those angles tell us with great accuracy the actual physical surface length of the United States and
Right.
India.
But they're fitting it to a globe model, aren't they?
Not the distances. Just they had to. Their triangles wouldn't close without compensating for spherical excess. But
would there be a difference in the distances if it was a globe or if it was flat?
Let me think about that. I mean, obviously the baseline is its distance, whatever it is. I think the other two sides of that first triangle would be pretty much the same. I'll have to think about it, but I really don't see a difference in the surface distance of a chain of triangles, if that makes sense. Because that's what they'd do, is they would make like this chain of triangles, and you can see it on some old survey maps where it's just like this, it's just like a
I've seen it.
It's a
Yeah.
chain of triangles. And they calculate the actual surface length of the two remaining sides based on their angle relationship to that first side, which is a physical actual length laid out, and then they keep repeating and doing it over and over and extending the chain.
Gotcha.
So I think, it would be the same chain of triangles if it was curving over a curved surface or lying flat on a flat surface. I think it would still be the same length. It is a measurement of surface length.
Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So yeah, that's what I was saying before. It's probably pretty close on either.
Okay, so let's say for the sake of discussion it is very close. If my GPS gives gives the true ground speed readout as I'm flying along the length of the United States off to what's out there, Japan. Let's say I'm taking the long route to Japan, I guess, whatever. And the airplane's on cruise control, Now, once I leave the edge of the United States, I can't, I won't know what the ground speed is, particularly because I don't have recognizable landmarks going by underneath the clock against. But let's say the engine RPM doesn't change, and my GPS continues to read the same speed, and the airplane also maintains the same speed. Let's say just that there's no tailwinds or headwinds to complicate it. Then that would be a pretty good indication that we could know the actual surface distance within a margin of uncertainty, but a reasonable one, I think. A margin we could know the surface distance from New York to Japan that way, right?
Well, I'm not sure because they didn't. I mean, within a certain margin of error.
Oh, always. There's always a
But I
margin of
don't
error.
know how big that margin of error is.
Well, if the engines didn't change speed, and the GPS didn't change indicated ground speed, and the plane went in a relatively straight line, then, and we know the GPS is giving correct ground speed while I'm passing over the United States, there's no reason it should suddenly start. Well, in order for it to not be the true distance within a margin of uncertainty, the plane would have to either speed up and slow down, and the GPS would have to start malfunctioning to give a false speed reading that was something that would
Well,
match.
it's not giving a false speed reading. It's giving a speed reading based off the globe model. That's what the GPS is specifically doing. So if you're talking about that the land that you're flying over has been physically measured, the ocean, that they didn't do that on the ocean, and then that distance is just being calculated based off the globe model. And so that speed that you're getting is now just purely based off the globe model.
But what circumstances would cause the GPS to give the wrong speed over the ocean when it was still giving the same speed it read over land, and the airplane's engines hadn't changed RPMs?
Well, I mean, it was. I don't know. I'll have to think about it.
Fair enough.
Yeah, no, I hear you. I hear you. I have to think about it, and it is 5:43 a.m. for me. My brain's kind of
I should let. Well, yeah, get some rest, definitely.
running on fumes, man. But
I
yeah,
understand.
interesting. Definitely something to look into and to continue another time.
All right, sounds good.
Awesome.
And thank you for the good discussion. I enjoyed that.
Yeah, me too.
I see the tower standing tall across the sea. They say, bro, it's hiding geometry. Then they panic, twist in reaction, and whisper softly, divine refraction. Camera zoomed in, still clear view. They close their eyes, optics do no math, no measure, sirf assumption. Globe theory ka no function. Refraction, junction. Divine refraction. Science fiction attraction. Oh yeah! When logic fails, they change the section and chant the mantra. Divine refraction. Where's the curve, my friend? He says a light bends depends on the trend. Kitna bend karega yaar 90 degrees. He smiles. Hahan. Possible, please. No shimmer, no haze, no distortion seen. Yet they claim a bending beam. I say measure it. They say trust the nation and summon once more divine refraction. Bro, when the photo's clean, when the line is flat, they shout refraction. Imagine that. Main bola thoda logic la, wo bola re yaar, NASA bata. Divine refraction. Bas ek hi reaction. No proof, no data, pure abstraction. DJ Rakesh exposes. Divine refraction. Rakesh signing out. Next time, Globe Gang, bring equations, not excuses.
Is people talking or?
No, not at the moment.
I seen Jesse in here. Jesse's still in.
No, it looks like he headed out.
Oh wow, he just dropped something in the chat and left.
Say that again.
I said he just dropped something in the chat and left.
Oh no, that was a while ago. He was here for a little while. Him and DJ had a little expose. I kind of started it just because he was talking to somebody that didn't know much, and I created a counter balance to his conversation, and then DJ rounded off really good with very concise discussion about the difference between knowledge and belief. And then I had a few interjections, but other than that, it was mostly DJ and Jesse for like about an hour and a half.
Wow, that's what he was talking about, knowledge and belief.
No, he wanted to talk about long distance flights. He wanted to talk about flight paths and the time it takes for them to fly from one location to another. And it started off that he was talking about distances over water. And he's like, well, then we can just take the time that it takes to go from New York to Los Angeles, and we'll know that time. And then if you double that time, or take a fraction of that time, that'll put us to the next location of wherever we're going to some island out in the middle of the water. So we don't really need to know the flight time over the water if we know the time that we travel over the land, and then we maintain that consistent rhythm of non-accelerating jet engines over water.
Yeah, but that would be like based in speed and knowledge of the land.
Yeah, we were, there was anomalies we weren't able to consider, mainly, what kind of tailwinds might be occurring during that specific flight. And then DJ brought up a good point about how when you're using GPS to measure speed, it's presuming the WGS 84. And so it's automatically calculating your time. Like if you use Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system, it's calculating your time based off of your time, where your location was at 1 second, and then the 1 second prior to that second, and then it conforms it to a ball. That was a good job, DJ.
Yeah, I'd never really thought about how GPS calculates the speed that you're traveling, but because Jesse was kind of comparing it to an odometer on a car, but that's actually kind of measuring the speed. Whereas when I looked up how the GPS does it, it just calculates it based on the globe model, and so I mean, obviously, if it's calculating the speed based off the globe model, it's going to match up with the globe model. So they can't say, oh, because you can calculate the speed using GPS and compare that to the distance that the globe says it is, then that proves it's a globe. Well, it's not really. You're kind of just using the globe to prove the globe. Yeah.
And I kind of brought up, like when you're driving and you're using GPS, we've all had that experience where we're like, it tells you to exit the freeway, you're like, why am I exiting the freeway? I still got 5 miles to my turn. And it's like, no, you got to exit here, and you exit there, and it makes you do a loop, and then makes you get back on the freeway. It's like, that was a complete waste of time. And I mean, I'm not saying that this is what's happening, but it could be that maybe you exceeded the expectation of what the coordinate system that it was using, and so it has misaligned you in that location, and it needs to recalculate your location. So by doing a spin, it puts you back onto the globe model that it was trying to keep you on to begin with. And Jesse's back, by the way, if you want to talk to him.
I am back.
I'm guessing you went to the YouTube.
No, I went to QOps, and I went to rigs, and then I went to nothing, and then I came back here.
You did the rounds.
It was painful everywhere else.
Yep. What about
Wouldn't
Earth Awakenings? Did you check Earth Awakenings as well?
I did not. I guess I kind of skipped them in my rounds.
You miss good flat earthers. That's why you came here.
That is true. That is true.
Well, it seems like you've been talking to Alan a lot, so I mean, you've been talking to him for like what, 2 years now.
Wouldn't I mean ground speed is ground speed though, whether it's on a curve or flat.
That's
Like,
not the point. That's not the point. You know that, right? The point is that the very thing that you're trying to prove, you're trying to use it as proof in itself. It's a unicorn fallacy, right? If you're using the calculations of a globe model to prove the globe model is true in reality, that will be you using the model to prove the model. I don't know. Is you talking and I can't hear you?
it'd be really cruel of me to key up but not say anything, wouldn't it?
No, I'm saying you were saying that everybody ignoring you in the chat. I was just saying, is you talking and nobody can hear you?
Oh no! It's 6 a.m. or 7 a.m. for DJ, and he's had no sleep in a long time, and I know what it's like to not want to go to bed because there's someone wrong on the internet, you know. And so I'm just giving him permission to just ignore me for now because I know he needs sleep, and yeah. Does that make sense?
I don't know. I guess that's up to DJ. DJ, you sleepy?
Oh, I'm fine, but I'm supposed to be putting in my orders, my business, but I've been chatting with Jesse instead, so I'll get back to what I should have been doing.
Jesse, I don't think he's ignoring you. I think he's just getting back to work.
No, you misunderstand. I'm asking him to ignore me for now because I recognize that he needs to get back to work, and I don't want to keep him from it. Yeah, I was not complaining at all. Definitely.
I didn't say you was complaining. I was just saying it was you. I was asking was you actually talking and nobody could hear you.
Well, nobody could hear me because I wasn't saying anything.
Yeah, that was kind of the point. So I was just making sure that my headphones was working or everybody else's was working. You were
Oh,
saying
good.
something.
Thank you, sir.
Is you really pissed off? Why are you getting mad about that, bro?
What's that?
I said, why is you getting annoyed about that?
I wasn't annoyed.
I said, why would you cut me off while I'm talking?
I didn't know I did. I apologize. Maybe it was a delay. I do my utmost to never cut people off. Except DMOG.
Ain't no Reg Joe, it seems like.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord.
It's a curious thing about human beings. We keep trying to explain ourselves to those who have no intention of understanding. Not because they don't want to hear us, but because they can't. They're watching a different movie altogether. And here you are, standing outside the theater, trying to explain the plot of your film to someone who's still convinced they're watching theirs. It's exhausting, isn't it? This constant need to justify, to clarify, to make people understand. But what if I told you that the very act of explaining yourself to certain people is like trying to describe color to someone who's determined to see only in black and white? We've been taught that communication is the answer to everything, that if we could just find the right words, the perfect explanation, then surely people would understand. But the truth is far more interesting than that. Some people are so caught up in their own mental constructions, so hypnotized by their own interpretations of reality, that your words become nothing more than noise. And the harder you try to break through, the more energy you lose. It's like shouting into a wind tunnel. The sound goes out, but it never reaches its destination. So let me ask you something. How much of your life have you wasted trying to convince people who were never going to be convinced? How many times have you repeated yourself, rephrased yourself, exhausted yourself? All in the hope that this time they'll finally get it. And what happened? They twisted your words. They heard what they wanted to hear. They made you the villain in their story, no matter how carefully you explained yourself. This is not an accident. This is not a failure of communication. This is a collision between two entirely different states of consciousness. Now, before we go any further, let me be clear about something. I'm not talking about healthy disagreement. I'm not talking about people who genuinely want to understand you but see things differently. I'm talking about something else entirely. I'm talking about people who are living in a kind of trance, a self-created prison of beliefs and illusions, so solid that nothing you say can penetrate it. And the reason nothing penetrates is because they're not interested in truth. They're interested in being right. They're interested in protecting their version of reality, even if that version bears no resemblance to what's actually happening. The moment you realize this, everything changes, because you stop taking it personally. You stop thinking there's something wrong with your words. You realize that the problem was never your explanation. The problem is that you're speaking to someone who has already decided what you mean, what you are, and what you represent. And no amount of explaining will change that. It's like trying to reason with a dream. The dream doesn't care about your logic. It follows its own rules. Let me tell you what happens when you try to explain yourself to someone trapped in illusion. First, you waste your energy. And I don't mean just a little bit of energy. I mean the kind of deep soul-level exhaustion that comes from fighting a battle that was rigged from the start. You pour yourself out trying to be understood, and what do you get back? Confusion, accusations, more questions. It's a loop that never ends because the other person is not interested in understanding. They're interested in their own narrative. And you, my friend, are just a character in their story, a character they've already written. The ancient wisdom traditions understood this. They knew that not everyone is ready to hear the truth. Not everyone can handle it. Some people need their illusions, they need them to survive. Take away their illusions, and they crumble. So they defend those illusions with everything they have. They'll twist your words, attack your character, and if you're still trying to explain yourself to them, you're actually helping them maintain the illusion. Because every time you engage, you give them something to resist. You give them a reason to dig in deeper. There's a story I once heard about a man who spent his entire life trying to convince his neighbor that the sky was blue. The neighbor insisted it was green. So the man brought diagrams, photographs, scientific explanations. He even brought other people to confirm that yes, the sky is blue. But the neighbor wouldn't budge. Green, he said. It's green. And one day, exhausted and defeated, the man gave up. He stopped trying to convince his neighbor. He stopped talking about the sky altogether. And you know what happened? The neighbor became furious. Because without the argument, without the conflict, the neighbor had to face something terrifying, the possibility that he might be wrong. This is what happens when you stop explaining yourself to people trapped in illusion. They get angry, they escalate, they accuse you of abandoning them, of being cold, of not caring. But here's the secret. Their anger is not about you, it's about them. It's about the fact that your silence forces them to look at themselves. And looking at yourself when you've been living in illusion is one of the most uncomfortable things a person can do. So they'd rather you keep talking, keep explaining, keep playing your part in their drama, because as long as you're engaged, they don't have to change. But you don't have to play that game anymore. You can step back, you can be quiet. You can let them have their version of reality without feeling the need to correct it. This is not indifference, this is wisdom. This is understanding that some battles are not yours to fight. Now here's where it gets interesting. When you stop explaining yourself, something shifts. You begin to conserve your energy. You begin to protect what's sacred, your peace, your clarity, your sense of self. These things are precious. And when you throw them into conversations with people who can't receive them, you're wasting treasure. You're casting pearls before swine, as the saying goes. Not because the people are bad, but because they're not ready, they're not capable of seeing the value in what you're offering. And so they trample it, they mock it. They use it against you. Think about the conversations you've had recently, the ones that left you feeling drained, misunderstood, frustrated. Now ask yourself, was the other person actually listening? Or were they waiting for their turn to talk? Were they trying to understand your perspective, or were they simply defending their own? If it's the latter, then you were explaining yourself to someone who was never going to hear you. And the energy you spent was energy you'll never get back. There's a certain kind of person who thrives on this dynamic. They love to pull you into endless explanations because it gives them power. The more you explain, the more ammunition they have. They'll take your words, twist them, and throw them back at you in ways you never intended. They'll say, "But you said this," when you said nothing of the sort. They'll interpret your silence as guilt, your patience as weakness, your kindness as manipulation. And no matter what you do, no matter how clearly you speak, they'll find a way to misunderstand you. Because understanding you would require them to change, and change is terrifying. So what do? You stop. You stop explaining, you stop defending, you stop trying to make them see. Because the truth is, they already see. They just don't like what they see. And that's not your problem. Your problem is that you've been taking responsibility for their perception. You've been acting as though their misunderstanding is your failure. But it's not. Their misunderstanding is their choice. Let me tell you what happens when you embrace silence. First, you reclaim your power. When you stop giving explanations, you stop giving away your authority. You stop acting as though you need their approval, their validation, their understanding. You simply are. And there's something incredibly powerful about that. It's the power of a person who no longer needs to defend their existence. The power of someone who knows their worth is not determined by whether others can see it. Second, you create space. Space for truth to emerge on its own. Space for the other person to sit with their own thoughts without your constant input. Space for God, or the universe, or whatever you want to call that deeper intelligence, to work. When you're always talking, always explaining, you fill up all the space. But when you're silent, something else can enter, and often that something else is far more effective than anything you could have said. Third, you begin to discern. You begin to see who is genuinely interested in understanding you and who is simply interested in the drama. The people who truly care will accept your silence with grace. They'll give you space. They'll trust that you have your reasons. But the people who are trapped in illusion will panic. They'll demand explanations. They'll accuse you of being secretive, distant, cold. And in their reaction, they'll reveal exactly why you were right to stop explaining in the first place. Now let's talk about what silence is not. Silence is not avoidance. It's not running away from difficult conversations or refusing to communicate when communication is genuinely needed. Silence is discernment. It's knowing when words will help and when they'll only make things worse. It's recognizing that some people are not ready for your truth, and that's okay. You don't need everyone to be ready. You just need to be wise enough not to waste your pearls on those who can't appreciate them. Silence is also not punishment. It's not a way of getting back at someone or making them feel bad. It's simply a boundary, a way of saying, I will not participate in this particular dance anymore. Because the dance of endless explanation is exhausting. It keeps you small. It keeps you stuck. And it keeps the other person stuck too, because they never have to face their own illusions, as long as you're there to argue with them. Here's the thing about illusion. It's comfortable. It's familiar. People build entire identities around their illusions. They construct elaborate mental frameworks to support them. And when you come along with your truth, your clarity, your different perspective, you're threatening the entire structure. You're asking them to tear down what they've spent years building, and most people won't do that. They'll defend their illusion with everything they have. They'll fight you, blame you, vilify you, anything to keep their world intact. And you know what? That's their right. They have every right to live in whatever reality they choose. But you have a right too. You have the right to stop exhausting yourself trying to change their mind. You have the right to walk away from conversations that go nowhere. You have the right to protect your energy, your peace, your sanity. And you exercise that right through silence, through the simple, powerful act of not engaging. There's an old saying that goes something like this: never argue with a fool. Onlookers may not be able to tell the difference. But I'd take it a step further. Never explain yourself to someone who has already decided what you are, because no explanation will change their mind. They've made their judgment. They've written their story, and you're wasting your breath trying to edit it. Instead, save your words for those who can hear them. Save your energy for relationships that actually nourish you. Save your truth for people who are hungry for it. Because there are people out there who will understand you without lengthy explanations. There are people who will see you clearly without you having to perform, or prove, or justify. And those are the people worth your time. But what about the others? What about the people trapped in illusion who keep demanding your attention, your explanations, your defense? Let them go, not with anger or resentment, but with compassion. Let them have their illusion. Let them believe whatever they need to believe, and trust that if they're meant to wake up, they will. But it won't be because you convinced them. It will be because life itself taught them. And life is a far better teacher than you could ever be. So here's what I'm asking you to do. The next time someone demands an explanation from you, someone who has already decided what you are, what you meant, what you did, pause. take a breath, and ask yourself, will this explanation actually help? Or will it just give them more material to misinterpret? If it's the latter, stay silent. Let them sit with their assumptions. Let them fill in the blanks however they want. Because their interpretation says far more about them than it does about you. And in that silence, you'll find something extraordinary. You'll find yourself, not the version of yourself that bends and twists to be understood, not the version that exhausts itself trying to please everyone, but the real you, the you that exists regardless of whether anyone understands or not, the you that doesn't need validation because it knows its own truth. And that version of you is far more powerful than any explanation you could ever give. Stop explaining yourself to people trapped in illusion, not because you're giving up on them, not because you don't care, but because you finally understand that some people aren't ready to see, and that's okay. Let them have their blindness. Let them have their confusion. Let them have their version of you. Because the real you, the one that knows, the one that sees, the one that simply is, doesn't need their approval. Your peace is more valuable than their understanding. Your energy is more precious than their acceptance. Your truth is more important than their opinion. Remember that. Hold on to that. And the next time you feel that familiar urge to explain, to defend, to justify, just stop. Be still. Be quiet. Be free. Because silence, my friend, is not the absence of communication. It's the presence of wisdom. And wisdom knows when to speak and when to simply let things be.
Uh, Nice.
You know, there's something rather peculiar that happens to certain people. They walk into a room and they feel it all. The unspoken tension between two friends, the hidden sadness behind a smile. And we've been told this is a gift, haven't we? This ability to see what others miss. But I want to suggest something quite different to you today. That this very ability, this clear seeing, might be the most dangerous thing you'll ever possess. Now, I'm not speaking of danger in the ordinary sense. I'm not talking about physical harm. I'm speaking of something far more subtle and far more devastating. The danger of becoming so aware that you can no longer participate in the beautiful unconsciousness that allows most people to live their lives in relative peace. Have you ever watched people at a party? Really watched them? They're playing a game, you see. Everyone knows the rules without ever being told. You ask how someone is, they say fine, and you both pretend this is a complete answer. You compliment the host, you laugh at jokes that aren't particularly funny. You nod sympathetically at stories you've heard before. It's a kind of collective agreement to stay on the surface, to keep things pleasant, to not look too deeply. But then there's you, the one who sees through it all. You notice the wife who flinches slightly when her husband speaks. You sense the colleague who's desperately lonely, despite being surrounded by friends. You feel the anxiety rippling through the room like an invisible current. And here's where the danger begins. Because once you see these things, you cannot unsee them. And more troubling still, your very presence becomes a kind of mirror that others cannot bear to look into. Let me tell you what I mean. When you see clearly, when you perceive the hidden currents beneath social interaction, you're essentially calling attention to what everyone has agreed to ignore. And people don't like this. They really don't like this. Not because they're bad or stupid, but because your clarity threatens the very structure that allows them to function. Think of it this way. Society is rather like a stage play. Everyone has their part. The successful businessman, the devoted mother, the reliable friend. These are roles, you understand, costumes we put on. And the play works beautifully, so long as everyone stays in character. But you, with your penetrating awareness, you're like an audience member who stands up in the middle of the performance and shouts, "But that's just an actor pretending." Well, you can imagine how welcome that makes you. The first danger, then, is isolation. And I don't mean the ordinary loneliness of not having enough friends. I mean something far more profound. The isolation of living in a completely different reality from everyone around you. You're speaking a language nobody else understands. You're seeing a world nobody else can see. And the terrible irony is that the more clearly you perceive, the more alone you become. I once knew a woman, let's call her Sarah, who had this extraordinary ability to read people. She could walk into a room and immediately sense who was genuine and who was performing, who was in pain and who was pretending to be fine, who could be trusted and who was hiding something. And you know what happened to her? She lost every close relationship she had. Not because she was cruel or judgmental, but simply because people felt exposed around her. They couldn't maintain their comfortable masks in her presence. Her friends would say things like, "You're too intense. You read too much into everything," and you cry, "Can't you just relax and have fun?" But she couldn't. Because seeing clearly isn't something you can turn on and off like a light switch. It's like asking someone who can hear to simply ignore sound. Once you've developed this capacity for perception, it's always there, always operating, always showing you what others prefer to keep hidden. And here's the second danger. When you see the truth of a situation, when you perceive what's really happening beneath the surface, you face a terrible choice. Do you speak or stay silent? If you speak, you risk being attacked. And I mean this quite literally, though the attack is usually psychological rather than physical. You'll be called negative, overly sensitive, a troublemaker. You'll be accused of creating problems that don't exist, of reading malice into innocent situations, of being unable to just let things be. But if you stay silent, if you swallow what you see and pretend not to notice, you begin to lose contact with yourself. Because every time you ignore your own perception, every time you accept someone else's version of reality when you know it's false, you're essentially telling yourself that your experience cannot be trusted. And over time, this creates a kind of split in your being. Part of you knows the truth, but another part must pretend not to know it. This is madness of a very quiet sort. I remember years ago sitting in a meeting where everyone was congratulating themselves on how well a particular project was going. And I could see clear as day that the whole thing was about to collapse. The signs were everywhere. The forced enthusiasm, the avoidance of certain topics, the way people's eyes would slide away when difficult questions arose. But when I gently suggested that perhaps we should examine some concerning patterns, I was met with hostility. Not argument, mind you, not reasoned disagreement, pure defensive hostility. And this brings us to the third danger, the most insidious one. When you see clearly and others don't want to see, they will often turn their anger on you. Not consciously, perhaps. They won't sit down and decide to make you the villain. But unconsciously, automatically, they will begin to treat you as the problem, as if your perception is creating the very difficulties you're merely observing. This is what I call the phenomenon of shooting the messenger. When someone points out that the emperor has no clothes, the crowd doesn't thank them for the truth. The crowd turns on them for disturbing the comfortable fiction everyone was enjoying. Your clarity becomes a threat, and threats must be eliminated or controlled. I've watched this pattern repeat itself countless times. The person who sees clearly gets labeled. They're too negative. They're creating drama. They're unstable. They need to lighten up. They're paranoid. Notice how all these labels have one thing in common. They all suggest that the problem lies in the perceiver, not in what's being perceived. It's a brilliant defensive maneuver, really. If we can convince you that your perception is flawed, we never have to look at what you're perceiving. But here's what nobody tells you. The fourth danger is perhaps the most devastating of all. When you're constantly absorbing the emotional states and hidden truths of everyone around you, when you're perpetually picking up on what's unspoken and unfelt, you begin to lose track of what actually belongs to you. Your own feelings become mixed up with everyone else's. You walk into a room feeling perfectly fine and leave feeling inexplicably anxious or sad or angry. And you have no idea if these feelings are yours or if you've simply absorbed them from the environment like a sponge soaking up water. This is exhausting beyond measure. Imagine never quite knowing which thoughts are your own, never being certain whether the emotion you're feeling belongs to you or to the person sitting next to you. It's like trying to hear your own voice in a room full of people all talking at once. Eventually, you might forget what your voice even sounds like. I've spoken with people who describe this experience, and they often say the same thing. I feel like I'm disappearing, like there's less and less of me and more of everyone else. And this isn't poetry. This is a real psychological danger. When the boundaries between self and other become too permeable, when you're taking in too much without adequate protection, you can actually lose contact with your own center, your own identity. Now you might be thinking, well, this all sounds rather grim. Is there no hope for those who see clearly? And here's where we come to something interesting. Because the danger I'm describing is only dangerous when it's unconscious, when you don't understand what's happening to you, when you think you're going mad or that something is wrong with you. But once you understand the game, once you see that real clarity is not a flaw but a particular kind of awareness, everything changes. Not because the seeing stops, but because your relationship to it transforms. you begin to realize that you're not required to save everyone from their unconsciousness. You're not obligated to point out every hidden truth or fix every unacknowledged problem. You see, the truly dangerous thing isn't the seeing itself. It's the compulsion to do something about what you see. The belief that if you perceive a problem, you must solve it. If you sense someone's pain, you must heal it. If you notice a group's dysfunction, you must correct it. This is where the real trouble begins, because you're essentially taking responsibility for things that aren't yours to fix. Let me give you an image. Imagine you're walking by a river and you notice the water is muddy. You can see this clearly. Everyone else passing by seems not to notice or not to care. Now you have a choice. You can jump into the river and try to clear it with your hands, stirring it up more in your efforts, exhausting yourself in an impossible task. Or you can simply observe that the water is muddy, perhaps make a note that it might be wise to wait before drinking from it, and continue on your way. The water will clear itself when the conditions are right. Your frantic stirring won't help. In fact, it will make things worse. This is the wisdom that must accompany clear seeing. The understanding that not everything you perceive requires your intervention. But here's the paradox. Once you stop trying to fix everything you see, once you relax into simply being aware without the compulsion to change or control, your perception often becomes even clearer. And more than that, people begin to feel safer around you. Because you're no longer unconsciously demanding that they see what you see or change to accommodate your awareness. Think of it like this. When you meet someone who sees you clearly but doesn't need you to be different, who perceives your struggles without trying to rescue you, who understands your fears without requiring you to face them on their schedule, how does that feel? It feels like freedom, doesn't it? Like you can finally breathe. This is what clear seeing can become when it's integrated properly. Not a weapon you use against others' unconsciousness, but a gift you offer through your presence. You see them completely, and in that seeing, you allow them to be exactly as they are. This doesn't mean you approve of everything or pretend problems don't exist. It means you've stopped making their unconsciousness your personal project. I want to be very clear about something. I'm not suggesting you become cold or indifferent. I'm not proposing that you stop caring about people or turn away from genuine suffering. What I'm suggesting is that there's a difference between compassionate awareness and compulsive fixing, between seeing clearly and making yourself responsible for what you see. The danger of seeing what others don't lies not in the perception itself, but in what you do with it. If you use it to separate yourself, to feel superior, to justify your isolation, then yes, it becomes dangerous. If you use it to attack others for their blindness, to shame them for not seeing, to punish them for their unconsciousness, then yes, it destroys relationships and leaves you alone. But if you can hold your clarity lightly, if you can see without grasping, perceive without controlling, understand without demanding, then your awareness becomes something entirely different. It becomes a space in which others can gradually wake up at their own pace, in their own time, without being forced or pushed or judged. Here's what I've learned after many years of watching people with this capacity for clear seeing. The ones who suffer most are not the ones who see the most. They're the ones who haven't learned to protect themselves while seeing. They're the ones who absorb everything without filtration, who take on every burden they perceive, who exhaust themselves trying to wake up a world that isn't ready to wake up. The ones who thrive, who manage to use their perception without being destroyed by it, they've learned something crucial. They've learned to be in the world but not of it. They can see clearly without being consumed by what they see. They can perceive deeply without losing themselves in others' experiences. They maintain what you might call a conscious distance, not the distance of cold withdrawal, but the distance of healthy boundaries. And how does one learn this? Well, it starts with spending time alone. Real time, not just physical solitude, but psychological solitude. Time where you're not taking in anyone else's emotions or thoughts or problems. Time where you can settle, like that muddy water we talked about, until you can see clearly which feelings are actually yours and which ones you've been carrying for others. It continues with learning to trust your perception without being controlled by it. Yes, you see that your friend's marriage is in trouble. Yes, you sense that your colleague is deeply unhappy. Yes, you feel the dysfunction in your family system. All of this may be absolutely true, but the question is not whether you see it correctly. The question is what you're going to do with this information. And sometimes, often actually, the wisest thing to do is nothing at all except hold the space for truth to eventually emerge on its own. This doesn't make you passive or uncaring. It makes you wise, because you understand that people change when they're ready to change, not when you need them to change. Problems get solved when the conditions are right, not when you've decided it's time for them to be solved. And consciousness develops at its own pace, which is almost never as fast as you'd like. So here we are at the heart of it. The danger of seeing what others don't is real. It can isolate you, exhaust you, turn you into a target for others' defensive anger, and cause you to lose contact with your own center. But it doesn't have to. Not if you learn to carry your awareness consciously. Not if you develop the strength to see without the compulsion to fix. Not if you can remain true to your perception while allowing others to remain true to their own process of waking up. The gift and the curse are the same thing. The question is only whether you'll learn to handle the gift with enough wisdom that it doesn't become a curse. Whether you'll develop the patience and the boundaries and the self-knowledge necessary to be clear without being crushed by your own clarity. And perhaps most importantly, whether you'll find others who can see as you see. Because they exist, you know. Other people who live in this odd space of perceiving more than most, of sensing what's hidden, of knowing what's unspoken. When you find these people, when you can finally be fully seen by someone who doesn't need you to be less perceptive, to feel comfortable, that's when the danger begins to transform into something beautiful. Because you realize you're not alone, after all. You're not crazy. You're not broken. You're simply awake in a world that mostly sleeps. And there are others who are awake too, and together, without force or pressure or urgency, you can hold space for consciousness to gradually spread, like dawn breaking slowly over a sleeping city. This is the hope within the danger, that your clear seeing, when held wisely, becomes not a burden you carry alone, but a light you offer to others, gently, patiently, allowing them to approach it when they're ready, if they're ever ready. And if they never are, well, that's their right. Your job isn't to wake them up. Your job is simply to remain awake yourself, to keep seeing clearly, while learning to live peacefully with what you see. The danger is real, but so is the possibility. The possibility that you learn to be conscious without being consumed, that you'll see deeply without drowning in what you perceived, that you'll carry your awareness as a gift rather than a curse. And that, my friends, that is the art of living with eyes wide open in a world that prefers to keep them closed.
Hi everyone. Anybody here to talk? Hello. Everyone is sleeping. Oh, why did you join this channel? Hello, Joey. You too. Meditate.
Welcome. I heard the doorbell. Someone came in. Please talk to me. And another one. Welcome. I don't know if he tried to talk or if it was the one that just left.
مع السلامات.
Hey guys, fuck you assholes.
Hello, how are you? Hello, hello.
Why is so silent in this room? I think there should be discussion about fleet Earth. Why Earth is fleet? Is it right or Earth is round?
Come on, Ing, you're not this silly. What I said to you was really simple to understand, and what you responded with was really moronic. Please don't double down on it.
INGDC. I have a quick question for you. Please feel free to unmute your microphone.
Yeah, it's stupid because currently you're being stupid. It
So
doesn't even follow.
The question is, if you were to measure your kitchen table as 6 foot across, would you run around and tell everybody that it was 10 foot across?
That wasn't even his issue. I said we measure the earth, and then he started talking about the air.
I know. But
Like,
we'll just nail
I
this
came
quick
in,
one down first.
measured the floor in your lounge, and then you turned back to me and said, "Oh, well, you're saying my chimney doesn't exist." It's like,
I know. Check this out. INGDC. If you measure your kitchen table as 6 foot across, are you going to tell everyone it's 10 foot across?
Not at all.
Hold up, author. I know you're keen.
I think ING is probably like an autistic 14-year-old, by the looks of it.
With a tape measure across one side of it. If I measure it as 6 foot across, or better still, if you measure it as 6 foot across, are you going to tell everyone that it's 10 foot?
Yeah, we're not measuring for area or volume.
Just measuring. Your table is a rectangle. You are measuring one side of it. If it measures at 6 foot, are you going to go and tell everyone that it is 10 foot? It's a simple yes or no question.
Yeah, and find your mic, ING, please. We know you have one. Come on here, use your big boy voice.
Just so you know, in DC, they're probably going to remove your side chat privileges. I don't know where you're getting area or volume from. You have a tape measure. You click it onto one side of your kitchen table, you run it out, and you measure the distance. Now, with your hypothetical table we're talking about, with this hypothetical tape measure that you're operating, if you were to measure 6 foot in distance, would you then run and tell your family your table is 10 foot? Yes or no?
I wouldn't bother, Matrix. This guy's
What do I
boring.
got? You were talking about the kitchen, now is the table of the kitchen. Is this kid thick as pig shit or what?
Am I coming through, by the way?
Yeah, you're coming through. Clear, man.
Okay, I just wasn't sure. He sounds like an idiot. I think he's just a little child that gets by day to day by rage baiting the world into giving him some attention for 5 minutes.
Is he in VC?
Yep.
Nah.
Has he already spoken in VC? Has he opened his
Nope.
mic?
Not that I know of.
No. Okay. Give us a reason why you can't VC, or I'm going to text mute you. Our bullshit detectors are set at full, by the way.
Yeah, Ing, you're gonna get like one last chance to get on
I don't think he
VC.
understands. Obvious. I think
He
his
does, he's just
English level is
ignoring
that
it.
low.
He's just ignoring it.
I'm
Nobody
talking
brought up
about
area
a
volume.
direct measurement. There was no area or volume mentioned. A direct measurement of one side of your kitchen table.
Oh well, I'm gonna mute this guy. We'll see if he really wants to converse with us.
Cool.
Yeah, in DC, if this, if you're truly interested in talking about this, you'll open your microphone. No more text. Open your microphone. Practice your English.
See, that's the bit that annoys me, T-Dub. Here he is, not being able to establish whether I'm talking about area or volume after I said it's a direct measurement, and then all of a sudden the response to everyone is, you need to study a little, guys. Really?
No, you're obviously talking about length. Yeah, bye. Get out of here. All right, anybody else here that's like actually genuine and is going to open up their mic and say hello and talk about this sensibly, maturely?
Hello.
I heard a hello, a very quiet one.
Hi. Hello.
Is that Deb?
Oh, obvious. Yours?
Do you know English, Deb?
Yes, yes, I do. Hello.
Yeah, hello. We hear you. What
Oh,
brings you by
okay.
the
All
channel?
right. I was just interested. It's actually my first time here. So I've just seen the topic knowledge versus belief. I just want to know what we're talking about. Seems interesting. The topic itself.
Well, as far as knowledge versus belief goes, would you agree that knowledge is something we can obtain through repeatable, verifiable methods, and beliefs would just be things that, well, we believe based on faith, essentially, without evidence backing up?
Mm, okay, yes, I agree on the knowledge part, but the belief part, I don't fully agree.
Well, we have a distinction with these words for a reason, no?
But
They
yes,
are to
yes.
indicate where the information is derived from fundamentally. Belief is
Mhm.
just basically derived from, you could say, the soul, you could put it that way. All right. And
Okay,
knowledge
yes,
is
because you can
derived
believe.
from empirical methodology.
Okay, okay, yes.
It's not, we have no issue with anybody having any beliefs of any kind, right? It's just recognizing that they are in fact beliefs, and then when we maybe discuss them or challenge the beliefs, if we can demonstrate that they're formulated not from a place of empiricism, right, that the other person can admit that they just believe it because they desire to believe it. And this is what we run into when we speak to people about the nature of the earth. Pretty much always, 99 out of 100 people we speak to about the nature of the earth, we can demonstrate to them that they believe they live on a spherical earth purely out of belief, that they don't experience it, they can't measure it to confirm it that way, and they just go by what other people have told them throughout their lives and what they see the popular consensus as, and they just tag along essentially. So it's not knowledge that the earth is a globe, it's just a belief that it's a globe.
Guess she couldn't handle it.
Oh, I didn't know I needed to speak. Sorry. I'm very sorry.
That's okay. We were just waiting for a response.
Oh, okay. All right. I'm sorry about that. No, I'm sorry. Yes, I agree with everything you said. Yes, yes, I do.
Therefore, what do you think we are on? A globe or a flat earth?
A globe where what?
Okay, therefore, like you were saying, it's a belief because you do not experience it, you cannot measure it, you cannot prove it optically or physically.
Sorry, I don't get the question.
That's okay. Belief is acceptance without evidence. So you accept it, but
Yes, I accept.
it's not. Yeah, it's not proven to you. As long as you accept this consequence, then that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah, like if someone was to ask you, okay, I want you to draw what you saw when you witnessed the Earth as a globe, a ball spinning in outer space. I want you to draw that for us. So you have to recall the memory of when you yourself saw it like that and draw it from memory. But you won't be able to because you'll have to admit that you've never had that experience, right? Because you've never had that experience, it's not knowledge for you. But I could ask you, like, can you draw a scene from that time you went to the beach? And you'll draw it. Can you draw a scene from the time you went to the zoo? And you'll draw it, right? Like if those are instances in your life that you have memory of, right? Draw it. What your 18th birthday cake looked like. Draw that. Right? You'll be able to draw it, but you won't be able to draw the globe as you saw it because you've never seen it.
Yeah, this is exactly why we're here. Because we realized one day that it was a belief. Then we went out to try and prove the globe Earth. And it's literally impossible. Therefore, we realized it measures flat. It's observed as flat. It's utilized as a flat, plane, stationary surface. Which brings us to this topic.
Shaggy, I've got a question.
Go ahead.
So you just said it's knowledge about the earth being flat, right? It's not a belief, it's knowledge. But if different
Correct.
people observe things differently, how do we decide what counts as knowledge rather than belief? But some people say it's not flat. So isn't it just a belief?
Knowledge is experience. When you truly know something, you experience it for yourself. When you believe something, you just take in information that others have provided and you appeal to that. There's a huge difference. One is certain because you can feel it, within your heart, and the other is uncertain because you have not experienced it, you have not acknowledged it for yourself.
Okay, all right, I see.
Do you know how the globe came to be? Debbie? Am I audible? Do I need to speak up?
You're good.
Okay. Well, the globe came about because people believed that they were on a sphere, right? Because the perfect sphere, according to their belief, was a sphere. Excuse me. The perfect shape, according to their belief, was a sphere. And so God made it that way, right? This was uh, the cult of Pythagoras, right? And people before him were like, hey, if we're on a sphere, right, then when boats disappear bottom up at the horizon, that's because they're going down a ball. So now we're at the point where they've given us a radius value. The radius of the Earth that they've told us is 3,959 miles. According to geometry, this is calculatable for the distance to the horizon, right? Now, we're going to assume that the horizon is where things disappear because they're going down and away from you, and the Earth itself is getting in the way of the object, bottom up. It would be like you and your friend standing on a hill. You lay down on the hill, and your friend walks away from you, and the hill begins to cover your friend bottom up. First his feet disappear, then his knees, and then he's at his waist, and then he turns around and looks at you. The hill is in the way, okay? So the horizon, we're going to assume the horizon is the edge of the sphere. And now we're going to use that edge of the sphere to give us the radius value. We're going to measure our height above the surface, and then we're going to measure the distance to the horizon. This will give us a right angle triangle. And then we could take this right angle triangle, make an obtuse triangle with the other half of the obtuse triangle that we don't know, which would be two lines pointing to the radius value. And this is how we're going to derive the size of the sphere. Okay? Now, I know it's flat because the horizon is always changing distance if this is the assumption. So either I conclude that the horizon is changing distance because the Earth is expanding and contracting in size. Now, it's doing this over the course of hours or days, depending on how long you want to sit there and watch the horizon. Okay? So, if I'm on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then the distance to that horizon should be 1.2 times the square root of the observation height in feet. This gives me the distance to the horizon in miles. So if I'm 1 foot above the water and I look out and I see the horizon at 10 miles, then I'm not looking at the geometric shape of a sphere with that radius, okay? Because the horizon should be at 1.2 miles away. If I'm looking at a horizon that's 10 miles away from 1 foot observation height, that radius of the Earth is 264,000 miles. It is 260,000 miles larger than what they're claiming. Now, when the horizon does come closer to me, and it's like, and let's say I magically see it at the required distance, that means the radius changed 260,000 miles in radius. That's a huge expansion, right? Now, I can have another observation in another area that's 3.5 feet above the water, and the distance to the horizon is 13 miles. That radius value is 127,000 miles. Now, the distance to the horizon changes in that location too. So maybe I've got a changing in size, wobbling oblate sphere, right? Because the oblate sphere is not always having the same radius value. In the chat, I posted the longest photo anybody's taken, right? And the record keepers have recognized this photo as being the longest photo recorded, right? So he is 50 meters above the surface of the earth. He's up on a mountain and he's looking at the horizon off in the distance. And there's a mountain that is 493 kilometers away. If I use these values to derive the radius value of Earth, the radius of Earth is 2.4 million kilometers. And they're claiming 6,000 something kilometers for a radius value. Okay? So, I've either got to conclude that this oblate sphere is absolutely absurd in size and it's constantly changing, or I just conclude that I'm looking over a flat surface and the reason I can or cannot see this far is because of weather, air conditions, air quality, my limitations of view. Like, I can't see so far because my optics aren't good enough to see it. I can't resolve things that are that far away. They've become too small for me to see, right? But the claim that the globe has is that the reason things bottom up, disappear, is because of the shape of the ground. Does this make sense, Debbie?
Hi everyone. Sorry, I had to leave for a bit. Kindly repeat your question.
Well, my question
That was
was, if you
Jimmy, I wanted to
understand,
tell you, you should double check
Okay.
your student is actually fucking present and tracking.
No, okay. I don't believe that.
Or at least just write it on the board and
I
then just
don't
read that
believe
shit out.
that.
okay, I've posted, never mind.
She's gone, man.
Student's gone AWOL. Get a sick note from your mum.
She was present. That's just an excuse to not understand. They can't admit they can't understand it. They don't want to admit that they need more information or they can't acknowledge the information.
Too much info too quick scares them real quick.
It's a typical global response. Yeah.
Well, her question was, how do you know the difference between belief and knowledge? And since I jumped in, it was just more philosophical in nature responses. And so I was like, here's a physical response so that you know the difference between somebody making a knowledge claim and somebody making a belief claim. Well, the belief claim is that the Earth is a sphere. Here's how I know the Earth's not a sphere.
Yeah, I respect that, but I could tell that she couldn't take in the information that you provided, which is why I was kind of taking it slow. You know, I was waiting for her to question things, but yeah, she didn't really come around.
No.
Most of these people like don't understand as much English as they think they do. I was gonna, before you started, Jimmy, I was gonna say, oh, can I get in for a few seconds just to ask her something, because I knew you were about to go off into, you know, the technicals. And I was just gonna ask her about height, right? You know, do you depend on anybody else regarding what height you are. No, you measure it. You know your height. People can come and tell you a different height, yada yada, but that's not true. But I didn't want to interrupt you.
Trying to explain mathematical concepts in English to people learning English is probably the greatest challenge of all. I mean, they're just wrapping their heads around the basic concepts of like the language, and
I
we're
think
trying to
it's
express
I think
mathematical
it's important to
concepts to
do what
them.
Indio does, teed up. Every like 30 seconds, just ask them to tell repeat back what you just told to them.
Yeah,
Like,
probably is wise. Yeah.
it's like I'm not even saying like it's a bad thing that just specifically Globers do, because most of us do this in our lifetimes, where someone asks us if we understand. Sometimes we'll just be like, yeah, yeah, just to kind of not interrupt them. They'll just feign understanding to kind of keep the momentum going. I don't think like normal Globers do that to be disrespectful or anything, but you've definitely got to double check that they're tracking what you're saying. Else there's just no point.
Yeah, or you say that, yeah, I understand, thinking that you're going to get on track later on in the conversation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just came from TikTok live earlier, and same thing there. Like these guys they could speak fluent English, and the question posed to them is the horizon the geometric physical curvature of the Earth? Half of them didn't even understand what he was saying. They didn't get it. Right over their
They
heads.
don't.
They just wanted to
They
move
don't, and
on
I
to
think
other
we.
questions.
Sorry, I mean to interrupt you.
Oh, you're good, mate. Go for it.
Yeah, I think we severely overestimate their general intelligence. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the general knowledge, the general intelligence. Yep.
Yeah, it just it kind of just feels bad to acknowledge that reality of the world, that these people are like fucking. They've been educated to the point of basic shapes and basic colors and basic numbers, and then just left to stagnate right after that. Basically, when you get down to it, with most of them. They struggle with scale, they struggle with kind of like spatial awareness, they struggle with geometric implications. They don't even know what this fucking topic implies. They just see flat earth, and then every single instance of the media calling us what they do, and all the kind of social conditioning around that phrase. That's all that's in their head. They don't know what the nitty-gritty of this topic actually involves. But it's really basic stuff. That's the unfortunate reality.
Yeah, also the ability to continue learning after leaving school. Once they leave school, they think, yeah, I've got it all. That's it, done. I can finish learning, and that's it. They're not willing to take in more information and think, oh, you can prove me wrong, because no, I've finished school. I've finished year 12 in Australia, that is. So that's it. I'm done. You can't teach me anymore, mate. I've passed the studies. Simple.
They were given some trivia, essentially, given none of the tools to reconcile the information to actually make it piece together sensibly. and then they've just been sent out into the world.
Fun. Plus, the school system is really just a social gathering for kids. You go there, hang out with your friends, listen to somebody blabber on about something you're not interested in, and then what did you actually learn? All you did was last long enough to get a piece of paper and a hat saying, "Hey, I did the thing."
Yeah. That's the sad part, really, is they come in here and like we all went to high school. Students don't pay attention for the majority of the day. They don't give a fuck. It's just a social gathering, as you said. But when they come in here, suddenly their memory of their behavior in high school is that they were sitting upright, listening to every detail that the teachers were giving to them. The perfect model students. It's like, no, you fucking weren't. You were like everybody else, and it's even worse nowadays with smartphones, of course. You're just sitting, doom scrolling, waiting for that, go home bell.
Yeah, and I mean, oh my god, how many kids are going to hand in homework that they've had ChatGPT help them with? And the struggle, like you just get AI to say, "Can you write this like I do? Like I write, like they've probably had like 1,000 hours of like conversation with AI about shit. The AI's got them pinned, their writing style. You just have to say, "Can you write, an essay for this question in the way that I would write it?"
Yeah.
And it'll do
Write it in Bored Teenager.
yeah, it'll do it. So how hard is it going to be
It
for the
will,
teachers
yeah.
to identify when it actually they actually have had AI help them or not? Because that's how good AI is getting.
I mean, yeah, AI is admittedly getting better each day, but I would say it's not a high bar it has to meet initially, anyway.
Oh no, not at all.
I mean, it's not going to really concern me if they're like flipping my burger, but if they're going to take a knife to my chest, and perform surgery, I'm a bit worried about that. Like literally, like my stepson was in the doctor's like appointment and he looked over and the doctor had ChatGPT open on his freaking screen and it was all medical shit. He was researching using
Fuck, man.
ChatGPT.
You know what? Does that really matter, T-Dub, like when you really get down to it? Because either they'd be compiling the false kind of information of the medical system that we all understand here, right? Through ChatGPT, or they'd just be doing it the more manual way, just looking it up per wrong website,
T-Dub's just pissed that he had to pay $30 for something he could have done at home.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, right.
I got a guy at work who's
It's bad.
probably like 19 or 20, and I could get 2 sentences in, and his mind is already lost in the sauce somewhere else in the like not even in the conversation, like trying to focus in on somebody else's conversation in the room. Like at lunch, it seems not every day, like in a week, like 3 out of 5 days of the week at lunch when we're all gathered together and we're able to eat and talk and have conversation, they ask me flat earth questions and they kind of get involved. But then if we're not talking about something, if we're not talking about flat earth and we're talking about like random shit, it's definitely not interesting and I get less of his attention over a longer period of time. It's terrible. Like, bro.
This sounds like ADHD.
It is, dude. But like, fuck, there was no squirrel and he was looking for one.
Like dogs chasing shadows. Yep.
We haven't seen the worst of it yet, to be honest. The full scope of the competency crisis is still to emerge. That thing is like we'll regress back to some more primitive stage of societal development because we just literally will not be able to know how to run the machines of the old world, the old, modern, technologically advanced world.
I was going to say, it's not that they won't know how to run the machines. Pressing the button once every 10 minutes is going to be all right. If something goes wrong, that's when it's going to collapse in a heap.
Yeah, we can't fix the machines.
Yeah, there's this guy I was watching. He's like from China, and he's saying, "I'm going to show you the real China," you know. And he's saying, like that right now they've like replaced a whole heap of jobs with robots. That like it's in the happening right now as we speak. Where
Yeah.
on the production lines, it's all just so wherever there's a human was needed before, they won't be needed anymore, and you just you have to pursue some other line of work or just I don't know what you're gonna do, man. Like, what are you gonna do?
Y'all seen that Tesla's like home robots thing?
Tesla's like companion bots thing, like helper
I
bot.
forget what they're called, but proper humanoid robots, you know. Don't look like humans, obviously, but you know, apparently they're making leaps and bounds with it. You know, it won't be long till you got one in your home, serving you dinner and all that shit. It's like, yep, and we'll be totally cooked.
Well, it's like, I don't know if it was yesterday or the one before where Cryptid was like, yeah, we'll get robots to do all the manual labor. We'll have so much more production. You know, where are people going to work? What are they going to do if machines are taking all of the people's jobs? How are they going to have the money to buy all the stuff that you're saying they've got more product of?
Welfare state,
Exactly.
universal basic credit, all that shit.
Yeah.
Guess they will still probably need repairmen unless they have repair robots. But then who's going to repair the repair robot? A repair robot? It's like, how does that go?
Infinite regression.
That it's, yeah, it would be multiple just maintaining each other. It would be like, well, we're in the military, we're in the shit, we got to guard everybody while they sleep. What happens when the guardsmen have to sleep? Well, somebody else has to guard. What happens when they need to sleep? Somebody else will guard. So you could essentially have all of the fucking, if the shit rolls the way it should, you could have, you know, parts of the world that nobody goes to, and it's producing all of the shit. Because all the robots do it. They don't need people there. The robots drag in the fucking material. The robots unpack the material, make it the way it's supposed to be, and then ship off the product. No people required. That's like the Matrix or fucking Terminator. You know?
Big question is when do we eventually automate consumption too? Take humans completely out of the equation.
Yeah. If you
We can
do
just
what
die off and we left behind a world of robots producing shit for other robots to consume.
Well, no, it would be like the Georgia Stones said before they were destroyed. You know, keep the population under 500 million, and everything will be
Yeah.
peachy. You know, they just get the machines to build all the shit or whatever is necessary, and then the 500 million, they just fucking
Yeah.
utopia.
Live like gods.
Jarvis, the power is out. On it, sir.
So it could be that population has been allowed to balloon out of control because they initially need mass numbers of humans to speed along, basically bringing this system into existence. You know, the automated system. And now that we're pretty much at the end stages of that, time to get rid of most of that population.
Yep.
Definitely in weird times, fellas. I can't believe they're doing it April 1st. They're just so brazen with their foliage.
That was the very first moon landing, April 1st.
Was it really?
Yeah, it was.
I originally thought it was April 2nd.
I don't know about that.
They put out a poster or something and it said April 2nd. I was sure of it.
Well, there was something on April 1st that happened that from back then. I don't know which one. Maybe it was the launch around the moon.
I called it anyway. This Artemis thing.
This is
Yeah,
gonna be
April
a fucking
1st.
field day. I'm so looking forward to this. Sorry, T-Dub, man. I'm a bit excited.
I'm with you, obvious. There's going to be a whole slew of clowns roll in.
Yeah.
No, I mean for our side Matrix, there's gonna be so much shitty fucking imagery and footage and fuck ups and astronauts.
I know, it's gonna be
claiming
great.
shit, you know what I mean?
You guys are going to be busy today because I'll be working today. I got live shit happening. I got to be on a floor watching people. This will be fun. Maybe there'll be a bunch of people off today, I'm sure.
Yeah, I love that they're doing it on April the 1st because when you got these moon landing believers, you're like, yeah, but doing it on April the 1st, you fool. Get your head around that.
Does
Well, when they
did NASA take part in that April Fool's trend? You know, like for the 2010s, every fucking company was being obnoxious with April Fools. Did NASA ever take part?
Hey, when Globers come in today and they say, hey, did you hear it? But Artemis is launching, say, April Fools. Do that, just like that. And it'll piss them off.
Exactly.
It's a
I
wonder
don't
they
know.
don't.
My personal theory regarding Artemis is that they've been pushing it back because they're terrified to do it. This ain't the fucking 60s. We ain't watching the shit on grainy 10-inch TVs, you know what I mean? They need to bring their A game. I think that is terrifying for them. I wouldn't be surprised
Yeah.
if they just blew up. Just say, "Oh, fuck, well, we tried, guys." This time round, it's easier to blow it up than do it for real.
Yeah, not wrong.
Because this is going to be, it's going to be ridiculous. Anything that comes out, this is going to be just, it's going to be pure gold for us to piss ourselves laughing at, I'm sure.
I want to see a fireball so we can make GIFs. People be so mad at us. Oh, you guys have no feelings. No, I don't. I don't have feelings about magic.
There will be plenty of GIFs, don't you worry.
If they do blow up Artemis, it'll be like Challenger, right? And you'll be saying, no, they weren't on it. And they'll be like, yeah, you're just insensitive. You just watched 4 people die. And you'll be like, no, they didn't. And they'll be like, prove it. And then you'll just forever be the guy that doesn't care about 4 people dying.
Yeah, you might be right, Jimmy. I mean, you are right on that. That's how the discussions will go. But I'm wondering if we're in the every generation needs its great trauma, right? I'm wondering if we're, in the moment for another one.
Do you think they'll black out first and then it'll be like, oh no, we lost contact with them and we don't know what's going on? Will it be one of those or will we just see it go poof? It's going to go beautiful and we're going to be listening to music for a couple of days and shit like that.
Yeah. Well, I mean, fuck, if anybody has kids in high school, right? Just text them right now and ask them if there's a line of televisions waiting outside the classrooms, Does there seem to be, a strange amount of available televisions right now? That's what they did with
More like
Challenger, no?
they got a whiteboard. All their freaking blackboards are whiteboard computer like screens now.
Yeah, whatever.
For
Yeah,
class. And every other kid will like have their. So you can either watch the whiteboard, or you can get out your phone, your tablet, your laptop, or whatever. Let's watch it all together.
I think they'd have a primary screen. I think they would want everybody watching the kind of the same. You know what I'm trying to say, though. Like if they
Yeah.
were going to make this another generational trauma. Know people's psychology too well. As soon as you involve people dying in one of your false flags, nobody will question it for the next 30 years, essentially.
Yeah, I'm gonna question the shit out of it.
Can't do that. Better polish that boot with your tongue.
Maybe it'll get shot down by aliens.
April Fools.
Maybe today's the day Bluebeam commences.
Yeah, for Australia, we won't be so fooled because it will be the April the 2nd. Sorry, guys.
I hold you to that, Shaggy. Every time one of your countrymen comes in here defending the globe after today. See, we have just listening in here. Are you, in fact, just listening?
Oh, hello.
Hello.
I just wanted to listen a conversation.
Cool. Well, welcome. And welcome as well. And goodbye, Penny.
Yeah, she's just listening.
Fair enough.
I must just change the channel title to, you know, are we really going back to the moon?
How do you go back to a place you've never been?
Exactly.
You just got to believe.
This was exactly what Buzz stated. We never went there.
That's the way it happened.
Obviously, you guys don't know about the magical wardrobe NASA has in the back room.
Did they
Is it
get a
across the hall
clipping
from where
about?
they keep their petrified wood rocks?
Yeah.
Sorry, just talking shit.
No. The moon rocks that they brought back would be equivalent to bringing a trimming of Aslan's hair, or bringing the crown from the White Queen. Yeah, this hair actually belongs to a dog.
Yeah, but for them, they believe it's all real, so it would be more like having a piece of the cross.
Petrified wood.
So if this, if it is successful, there's going to be a post-mission conference. I bet the astronauts will be extremely cringy.
And they're going to be, you know, hyped rather than,
Yeah.
Glim and
Miserable.
Sol, because
Like the other guy. Yeah.
because we've criticized them so much.
Yes. Exactly, Jimmy.
Yeah.
It's going to be like the polar opposite. They're going to go overboard on the happiness.
Yeah, not
At least
so
it's a full
depressed.
moon. Be easy to land on. Wait for it. I was just outside taking photos of it.
Dude,
You just took
I
a
had the
picture?
moon. I had the moon drop just before the horizon this morning when I got up for work, and the sun hadn't come up for at least an hour or more. It's like, how does
Don't you
that
know
moon?
anything about scale, Shaggy?
Dude, no. I don't care how far away this shit is. How does that moon appear just before the horizon and be lit up before the sun is approaching? If it's
bloody
dark
know.
for me, then it's got to be dark for the moon. Yeah.
I'm not into bolt-heartology.
I'll rest my case.
The boltardologist.
I want answers, Matrix. Come on.
What's up? You want answers?
I want answers. Answers.
Well, just stare into the little white circle that I posted up there. I'll tell you something now. If you download that, that image is a few meg actually. So yeah, it'll blow up pretty good.
Take that on your phone.
No. On my Canon.
Oh, nice.
On your
I'll
flare
tell you
camera.
how. Oh, that's not going to work. How about we go to that image there, right click, properties, and why is it only showing us 600K? It's bigger than that. That's not right. What about that one? Is my computer playing with me? What about that one? Properties? 6.4 meg. That's more like it. Why is that? I might go out and get another one in a minute. Looks like. Yeah. Size. Menu. Unless I've bumped something. Image quality large.
Yeah, wow, that is a very bright moon tonight, Matrix.
Yeah, it's awesome, isn't it?
Yeah. Quite a clear sky, too.
What'd you get that picture with? What'd you take it with?
Canon R10.
Nice.
With a 75 by 300 lens. And that's only on large setting. I'm just going to go and redo it. And I'll put it on RAW. And I'll put that up. So most of you might not be able to see it. But for those that have software, you'll be able to do it.
I'll download it later and figure it out. Cool. That's a really good picture, man. Well done.
Yeah, I can't wait to get a bigger lens. Like the lens I'm after is a 200 by 800, and I'll have a doubler in front of that. So if that's what 300 millimeters comes out like, then yeah, I should be punching some pretty clear images later on. I'll tell you what I can't wait to do is when this IR camera turns up, so I can aim at that same thing.
Oh, you're doing an IR conversion as well?
Actually getting a separate camera. It's easier just to have one IR and one standard, so I can run both with the same kit. Only difference being one converted. and I can take photos at the same time, film at the same time, and we can have direct comparisons.
Yeah, that's awesome, man.
So I've already ordered it. I've paid for it. I've just got to wait for it to turn up.
That's like the minimum standard we need for any observations that are going to be presented from here out. You know.
Well, that's what I was thinking, because there's too many of them that blurt out one single word that we all love to hear on a daily basis, and my goal is just to erase that. So when they come in squawking that crap, we can just go, here's a standard image, which we know is X distance. Here's an IR. They're both at the same distance, but look how much further we can see. Game over, clowns. Go and find another excuse. But anyways, I'll go and take another photo. I'll be back.
All right, man.
Oh no, he left. I was gonna ask him to repeat that same photo tonight when Artemis 2 is flying around it. Damn it.
I'm gonna repeat it right now.
Yeah, but Artemis 2 isn't up there
You
yet.
wish, lads.
Oh, you said
all this tech, all these cameras and everything, somebody should be able to capture the entire timeline of this cow jumping over the moon bullcrap. Somebody should be able to get it. At least some part of it.
I don't know if you guys remember, there was like some supposed footage of like a UFO crossing over the lunar surface. And you can see like the shadow on the moon and everything. It looked pretty cool. I was like, you know what? Why don't they do this for Artemis 2? If Artemis 2 is going to be orbiting the moon, we should be able to see the moon. The shadow of Artemis 2 on the moon and everything, being casted from Artemis 2, we should be able to see all this. Someone could take a damn video of a UFO flying around the moon. Should be able to get Artemis 2 up there. Somebody should, anyway.
Yeah, NASA will provide it. Don't you worry.
That's gonna be funny for all the technologically advanced countries with telescopes and cameras capable of capturing this footage. Artemis 2 is going to happen to be on the dark side of the moon when that happens.
You know what I'm looking forward to? Their Earthrise footage.
Yeah.
I really hope it looks like Interstellar.
They're going to give us a ton of content for memes. This will be great.
Oh, yeah.
All right, boys, get ready for Rob Utah's return.
Oh, yeah. The Globers are going to be giddy as hell.
Oh, dude, we're going to be so packed. I can't wait. It's going to be great. We're going to have a watch party in here or what? Who's going to stream it?
Why not?
It's going to suck. I think it's supposed to happen in like 7 hours.
That's the
That suck. I'm going to be working, but.
Like, is it supposed to be 17 hours?
It is 17 hours?
I think they'll make more of an impact on the population if they do blow it up.
Oh, no blowing up, please. Cross my fingers for no blowing up.
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, like, what's this actually going to achieve for them to put out to the masses? Just more, like, shitty imagery and footage that they already do, you know?
Well,
Here we go. Check the side chat.
It's like nothing new.
No,
but if they
that's
blow
true.
it up, you know.
Yeah, but in this day and age, if it's streamed live, they would expect it to be HD. It cannot be shitty footage.
Yeah. Kind of GoPro or go home. But it's got the time. Yeah, there you go.
Okay. EDT's Eastern, right? If I'm not mistaken, it should be like 3:24 my time-ish.
Yeah. Eastern Daylight Time.
Alrighty.
It's gonna be like midnight for me, man.
I stay up all day anyway. You'll be okay.
Like my mobile service runs out just down the road, but this shit's gonna be live streamed from over 200,000 kilometers away. Okay. It will work.
I wonder if they'll see Optimus Prime or Megatron. Give him a wave.
Oh, dude, I hope so.
Dark side of
Welcome.
the moon and all that.
Not sure who just joined in, but if you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Which state you from, by the way, lots?
Nevada. Las Vegas, Nevada.
Oh, nice.
That's alright. Nothing special. I mean, especially if you're living here, just like another city.
I always wondered if you needed like a mandatory gambling addiction to be accepted as a local there.
Oh no, locals don't even go around the strip. They just hang out on the outskirts.
I've always kind of it's always seemed a bit otherworldly. You know, kind of the way people go to Japan and like they've got it's like a massive culture shock because
Oh
there's
yeah.
some really bizarre shit going on there that they get up to. But like in Vegas, you know, all the media is all about the strip, and the casinos, and all that, and the hotels, right? But then you just got the rest of the kind of just normal people living day to day all around it, you know. And I thought that must be quite cool, you know. Just the normal day to day, and then all this kind of madness in the middle.
Oh yeah, we don't even go near it, dude. There's too much traffic over there anyway. You ever find yourself driving down Las Vegas Boulevard? How the big casinos are. It's hell over there, dude. There's people just walking around in the middle of the street.
It's a bit like
Cars
going to
everywhere.
like Disney World, isn't it? You just do it maybe
Oh
a couple
yeah.
times at most, and then
Yeah.
that's that.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll take like relatives and friends and family, whatever. But I'll show them around and stuff, and that's all it's pretty much good for. Going over there like every once in a while.
There was a video popped up on my YouTube that was like all the hotel and casino demolitions in Vegas in the last like 20 years, and I watched
that's
it
what I've been to.
purely to think about. Like everyone I've seen is like, oh, that's building 7. Oh, that's building 7. That's building 7.
Oh damn.
It's like all of these are controlled demolitions, but building 7 apparently wasn't.
It's pretty funny actually.
It's all precisely the same, you know.
Can you still get instantly married in Vegas?
Yeah, they still have those here.
Married by Elvis.
Yeah.
Plus,
Elvis will actually
Such a fucking trap, man.
he'll be there right when you go pull up at the drive-through wedding chapel.
Yeah, they have like fast food branches, but they deal in marriage license.
Yeah. Oh yeah. We got all that.
Hi,
And
how are
I'll have a
you?
number 2, my life ruined, please. Thanks.
Damn, bro. You just
So,
say you got a question. Holy.
hopefully you've got your microphone cleaned now, and everything will come in loud and clear. Roger,
Oh, brother.
Hi, man, how are you?
Me either, man.
Please
Yeah,
stop
I think
using
your
the
mic. out of your mouth, man. That's not where it's supposed to be.
Yeah.
All right, I just got to work. I'll catch y'all later. You guys have a good one.
Big one.
Catch you later, Lance. Have a good day. Yeah, there we go.
I disconnected.
Mouth breather, man.
Yeah, he's doing it. Dude, stop being a jackass. It's as simple as that.
I'm muting, man.
All right, I'll unmute him. Or don't
Wants
unmute
to
him.
act like an animal, treat him like one.
Yeah, I'll leave him on mute. If he can apologize in the side chat, I might consider unmuting him.
That he's gonna learn common decency in 5 seconds. So, you know, his entire life has been devoid of it, clearly, so far.
I didn't think so.
It's astounding to me the level of insecurity these people deal with in their existence. You know, when I was coming up in age, you know, I had my issues, as you do, you know. You're confused about things, try to figure things out, but never did I think, oh, I'm going to make myself feel happier by just jumping into chats and ruining them for like 10 seconds of attention. That'll make me feel better, you know?
Somehow in their worldview, they feel justified.
Yeah,
It's like,
sorry.
yeah, you go
Sorry.
straight.
I was just gonna say they think they're getting the attention, but they're not.
But that's how bad it's become. I mean, if your like self-esteem issues are that broken, you know, and you're that desperate for attention, like something, anything in the world validating your existence, you need to be in a mental hospital. But it's so fucking normalized. It's just we just let this stuff run around.
Yeah.
That's how bad it is.
Well, he's a speck on a speck with other specks, surrounded by specks, orbiting a speck, in the middle of specklessness. It's
A happy accident.
Eloquently put, Jimmy.
I'm just quoting, okay?
Just a grain of sand.
A happy accident. Atom exploded and everything.
I love this this quote here. I'm going to drop. The fact that millions of people share the same vices does not make these vices virtues. The fact that they share so many errors does not make the errors to be truths. And the fact that millions of people share the same form of mental pathology does not make these people sane.
That's fire.
It is. Because they're all under that shared delusion of consensus, you know? Everybody else is fucking insane, so it's okay for me to be insane.
Yeah. Another thing would be the trusting the government to a fault thing. Like, Cryptic's not the only one. A lot of people believe that the government would not lie to them unless they had a damn good reason. They trust that lie. They think that that's a matter of national security and they don't want to know.
I really don't get that line of reasoning. I don't get the people that come in here and ask why they lie. On all my journey of like looking into things and discovering that, you know, lies that have been told to us, it was never my concern, the motive behind it, you know, not until after the fact, at least, you know.
Yeah.
Just wanted the information, the facts, the details, the happenings. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Wouldn't you want to figure out why the lie
Sorry,
after
Shaggy.
you figure out? No, you're right, dude. I was going to say, well, wouldn't you want to figure out why the lie after you figure out whether it's a lie or not? Instead of just,
Well,
going
that's the
straight
thing,
to,
Shaggy. Once you
yeah,
realize a lie has happened, generally the motive becomes clear. You know what I mean?
yeah, exactly.
And that's what
So,
they all
Shaggy,
fail to understand when they ask it. That's why sometimes I tell them, you'll never discover what was taken from you until you realize something's been taken from you.
put it on them. Just tell them, oh, well, you've already conceded the fact that you understand there is a lie, so now we can move on and watch them bounce around.
Yeah.
But it seems to be like a defining characteristic between people that we would deem truthers that have some initiative towards pursuing real knowledge. They know what they get at the surface level is not the full story. You know, these type of people, and then just your common mass of people. They're the ones that we're not concerned with the social aspect of things initially, at least, and then everybody else seems obsessed with it.
Yeah. Saja Wall, you want to leave them. Whatever. Dude came back.
I think it's way more telling when somebody even asks why the lie, right? I think that's them. It's not only them conceding like they know some level what we're telling them is true, right? But they're also telling us that there's no hope for me, so just fucking give up on me, because like the mind has to be in a certain configuration to formulate that response to opposition, essentially. And when it's in that configuration, you can't work with it. And I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah,
It's
no, I
way
get you, man. Like, they're trying to say, they're trying to use why the lie to prove something when it's not going to prove a thing.
as though if
So,
you don't have a reason for somebody to tell the lie, then it must not be a lie. Like nobody must be. Yeah, ridiculous. It also reminds me of this movie, The Invention of Lying. Like, are you that? Do you not know what a lie is? What the hell?
Yeah, they all seem like that, don't they?
Crazy.
It's these people are like they're like Sisyphus. They're the ones holding up this immense boulder in their existence, and that boulder is the idea that just lies of large scale just don't take place. Not really. People just lie petty, small stuff, that they accept.
As though it's impossible for the world to be deceived. Yet history tells a far different story. Time and time again, the world ends up deceived. Whether it be by themselves, like just doing it to themselves, or because some wicked dude decides to try and push some propaganda to make shit happen. Time and time again, the world ends up being deceived.
yeah,
Dead
but when
fish
you
go
think
with the
about
flow.
when you think about it, the bigger the lie, the more doubt there is. So it's more likely to be a lie.
You tell a lie big enough and often enough, and people won't question it.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think like average people have a functioning understanding of what lying even is anymore.
Yeah.
Like they don't recognize that really small things, like when somebody asks you how you're doing and you respond saying fine, but you're not fine. That's a lie, right? They don't recognize that as an act of lying. It's
Why?
totally, it's inconsequential. I'm not judging them by this stuff, but
It's a white
they
lie.
just don't understand how integrated lying is to their day-to-day life.
Yeah.
And that's
It's like
everybody.
they're calling white lies, but they're still lies.
Yeah, but they don't recognize it in any way.
Yeah, it's like AG said, it's a white lie, as you don't want to bring down the people around you when you do feel that way.
Yeah.
Lie's a lie.
But if they were to stop and really think about that behavior and then, of course, extrapolate it across billions of people and everybody's doing this day to day in all these small ways, you'd come to the conclusion very quickly that, holy shit, this world only functions so long as people keep lying to each other in all these ways.
Yeah, I totally agree. If it was different, then it would be so much better. If people were just more truthful, then, shit would get sorted. People would get the help they need. There wouldn't be so much deception.
Here's the thing. I think we're screwed because the pragmatic nature of our physical reality requires us to lie from time to time, just to get shit done. What are you gonna do every time your wife asks you how you're doing? Fucking spill your entire life story.
Yeah, to avoid a difficult situation, an uncomfortable situation. I agree.
Yeah, but you have to be able to make that distinction between what's done out of pragmatism and what's done out of malice.
Yeah, like someone you hardly know, of course, you're not going to tell them your life story. But if it's a close friend, then they've got every right to know what's going on.
Yeah, and even then, you could tell them stuff, but then there's also lies through omission, withholding information, letting people believe what they will. Folks tend to leave out details all the time.
You could make the philosophical case that, like, we are incapable of ever speaking truthfully to one another on any subjective thing.
And even if you do, there's certainly a chance that you'll be misunderstood, so you won't be heard truthfully.
Yeah. Yeah, it's no
Or it
fault
could
of
be-
any one person. It's just that impossibility of describing your completely unique, sensory experience of the world, whatever.
Yeah.
The only thing we have to truly bond with each other over is the objective world, and that's what Globers want to ignore.
Yeah. And there's also the consequences that follow by being truthful. Like you'd lie to get out of a conflict, an unwarranted conflict.
People lie to themselves more than they do anybody else.
You're breaking up a bit, AG.
I said people lie to themselves more than they do anybody else.
Yeah,
for sure.
I think a lot of it, like that why would they lie question, most of it isn't even lying. Not outright like that. It's more like people lying to themselves or carrying on vain traditions, which is peer pressure from dead people. They don't want to dishonor their ancestors or their parents. They toe that party line. They believed this, and I trust that they were smart. They knew what they were talking about. So they just double down on it. Inheriting a generational gambler's fallacy. Keep on doubling down.
Yeah, it'd provoke it, wouldn't it?
That's just the entire human story summed up, isn't it, AG? Just like this eternal struggle between truth and, deception.
Yeah.
Our own personal relationships to it, where we deem one necessary and the other not, and vice versa. And that's what shapes the entire world. The rest is just noise, It all just comes back to that.
Static.
I mean, you could pick out any random, political thing, right? And you could just dissect it down to there's one side that's just trying to get the other side to stop lying to themselves in this way or that, so they can finally have the conversation.
First, they need to realise they're lying. Sometimes they lie so bad that they believe their own lies to be truthful.
The worst part we see in the modern age is just this. Well, no, I'm sure it's happened throughout all history, right? Is just how people use certain language, cover up certain deeds. So when you speak to them, you're not speaking about the same thing.
I think cognitive dissonance causes a lot of people to lie to themselves. It's just confirmation bias. They end up focusing on what they know and then trying to confirm it to themselves. Like, surely everything I already know must be true. This new idea that conflicts with my current beliefs cannot possibly be true. You just put up those walls and reject it. Or they expect replacement theology. They want a new story to replace the old one. And if you can't explain every damn thing, then you must be wrong.
Yeah, to the point that their brain can't even comprehend the difference in their
Yeah.
lives.
They want you to explain stuff that they never cared about to begin with and never understood. But now they want you to explain it. You give them the mainstream answer and they'll still get pissed off. That's the weirdest thing, is just to straight up say, yeah, here's what they say. No, like, dude, what?
Yeah, the boundaries of our reality, right? That's the big one. And as you bring up, the Earth measures flat. Oh, well, what about the boundaries of your flat reality? So you didn't give a fuck about the boundaries of your infinite universe.
Yeah.
And
It ends
suddenly
up
you
being
care.
like, it's like rules for thee and
And
not for me.
the only reasonable response they can give is, well, it is so far away. Why would you bother caring about it? In heliocentrism.
Yeah, but they give a fuck until they don't give a fuck.
It's
I
such a
did.
like just chasing your tail anyway. It's like it doesn't matter. Make up whatever the fuck you want. You know, the boundaries of our reality could be like a kill wall out of a game. You know, you just step into it and you immediately fucking die. You know, you just disappear. It could be that. Take that. Have fun with that. The Earth still measures flat. You know what I mean?
Yep.
Make up whatever you want to fucking believe. It makes no difference to the core point.
All the lore in the world is not going to change measurements of the ground.
Exactly. It's such a meaningless desperation, man.
Yeah, I sometimes struggle to comprehend how other people's brains do function when it comes to this topic. Because it's like, why wouldn't you question something if there's, some kind of consequence? Why wouldn't you turn around and say, hang on, there's a consequence. I'm going to question that. I'm going to find out the truth. And yet they don't. It's like, yeah, it's cognitive dissonance at its finest when you experience it for yourself in first person. And it blows my mind. It really does.
Welcome, Zark and the Locks. If either of you have any questions, feel free to ask.
You know, Shaggy, you know how it feels when you've, been on this side of the topic for so long and you just keep seeing the same cookie cutter globers coming in, speaking in the same cookie cutter ways. And it's kind of like, you remember when you were young, you're out with your mates, right? And you'd come across some, like little stream or something and you just have to jump across it. Yeah, and you always got like kind of bit more nervous than the rest in your group mate, and he's the last to jump, and you're all on the other side. And you're like, it's not a big deal. You'll make it. Don't be so scared. Just take the jump. And that's how it feels. It's like they come in, they're 10 years late to this conversation. They know nothing about anything, and we all recognize their terror in taking it seriously because of the implications. But it's like we've been on this side for so long. It's like it's really not a big deal. You know what I mean? It's like we got duped. You know what I mean? But we let it happen. We were, what's the word? I forgot the word. We didn't pay enough attention. And it came and this came about.
Yeah, that's a good analogy, man. It's like that person can clearly see that it's possible, but still in their mind, no, I can't do it.
Yo.
Yo.
Welcome. How's it
Hey,
going,
what
man?
you? Yeah, we good. How are y'all doing?
Doing pretty good.
Yeah, we're
Can't
good,
complain.
man.
Cool. So how are you gonna prove the shape of the Earth? Flat or round or something? How are you gonna prove it?
How
Or
would
prove it
how would
wrong?
you prove it? How would you go
Bro,
about
I don't
proving
know.
it?
I don't know. They said
You don't know.
they said it's a egg shaped. So
How do you observe
yeah,
it to
let me
be?
ask you. Hmm? I think
How do
it
you
should be.
observe it to be?
I think it should be
What is
round.
your experience with it? Not what they told you. How do you experience Earth to be?
I actually don't know, but people, experts in engineering, and they know the laws of engineering and all that, they're saying it can't be flat because all of the engineering laws they will fall if it was flat. But I'm not no
What
expert.
what engineering laws?
What? Sorry, what you say?
Oh, what laws? What engineering laws?
Yeah, I actually don't know. That's why I said I'm not no expert. I just heard some people saying that on YouTube.
Okay.
So how do you prove it? How do you prove any shape of Earth?
Well, that's why I asked you, how would you go about proving it?
I don't know.
Well,
That's
if
why I
you don't
joined
know
here.
how you would attempt to prove it, what use is it? Is me telling you how
Maybe
I would attempt to
experimental,
prove it?
in experimental way, you know. Maybe go to
Okay,
space
well,
and see
let's start on
how the
something
Earth is.
more. Let's start on something that seems easier. If I put a dining table in front of you and I want you to give me the length, the width, and the surface nature of the table,
I'm gonna
how
measure
would you
it.
go about proving it? You measure it, yeah.
Yeah.
You measure it. How would you
Yes.
measure the table to see if there was a bow in the wood, for example? That means it's like cupped in at some point or out.
How would I know if it's cut or not?
No, not cupped. You know, like it has a divot in it, like it goes down, or it could crown. The wood could crown and come up.
I
You would
really don't know how to do this.
you would do the same thing. You'd run a measuring tape over it, and then you'd see, oh, the
Okay
measuring
then.
tape it's interacting with the surface here, or you'd use a level, right?
Okay.
And you would see, okay, it's not level. There's curvature here to the surface in some regard. So,
Okay. So how is this related to Earth?
well, would you not say that the same measuring principle can be carried over in regards to the surface of the Earth?
I mean, the dining table is flat, you know. We still don't know the shape of the Earth.
Well, you didn't know it was flat until you measured it. You assumed it was flat. It looked
I mean,
flat.
you
You
can
know what I
see
mean?
it, but the dining table, you can see it with your eyes. We only can see
Yeah, not
the
necessarily.
whole
Not
horizon.
necessarily. In the case of furniture, wood movement happens with seasonal change and all that. It can
Mhm.
warp and change. But
I have no
that's
idea
besides
about
the
it.
point. I'm saying that so that's how you would go about figuring out the characteristics of a dining table. So why would this, methodology of measuring not also be why couldn't you carry that over to the Earth and use that?
I mean, if you're saying we can, I don't know.
Well, I know we can. I can show
Okay.
you where we have, right? But I need you to be able to understand that we can do that. Because if
I
you
mean,
don't
I hope I
understand we
can
can do that,
understand.
then it doesn't mean anything what I show you.
Yeah, I am stupid, bruh. I don't understand the
No, I never
math
called
or
you stupid.
science. Yeah. So am I able to understand? Am I still able?
No, I never called you stupid, but I'm just saying that I need you to be able to
No,
understand that that's
I know.
possible.
Okay. We can try though. We
You
can
think
still
it's
try.
reasonable, though? Would you agree it's reasonable that we
Yes,
would
reason.
perform the same type of measurements on the
I actually
surface of
don't
the Earth,
know.
essentially,
I don't
just at a
know.
larger scale
I
with
don't think.
different tools to
Yeah, my
discern
opinion.
whether?
I am
Yeah,
not
go ahead.
a scientist. I'm not a scientist or anything. But in
Have
my
you ever
opinion,
measured your
you
height?
cannot. I measured my height, of course.
All right. Well,
I'm
did you
saying
need
you
to be a
cannot apply
scientist to do
that.
that?
It's not the same thing, is it? I don't think so.
Yeah, it is. We were just talking about measurements.
But I can see myself. You can see the dining table. You cannot say Earth. You have to go to space and see. I don't know. Because you
Oh,
can't see the
what,
dining
are
table.
you blind or
You
something?
already know it's flat.
What
What?
do you see in your day-to-day life? Do you see blackness?
Yeah, what does that have to do? Am I missing something?
Well, you just said you can't see Earth. So, well, I see Earth every
You
day.
can't say yes. It's big. We cannot see it. We only see the
Yeah,
horizon.
you're
That's
confusing
the
just being
limit
able to see
of
Earth
that.
with this some idea of being able to see the entirety of the Earth. We don't need to
Because
see
we're
the
still.
entirety of the Earth. That's not
Why?
relevant.
I mean, if you're saying, because I have no idea about this. If you're saying so, I don't know. I have no choice but to believe you.
I don't want you to just believe anything we say to you here.
Yes,
I want
that
you to think
exactly. I
about it
want proofs.
and
I
verify
want to
it.
be convinced. Yes, I want to be convinced.
I'm not here to convince you.
So
I
yeah,
can
you're
give you
gonna give
information.
you're
I
giving
can
me
give
a
you
scientific
I can give you
evidence.
information. And I can give you evidence to our claim.
Yes.
And I can discuss things with you. But it's not my job to convince you. It's your job.
Yes, yes. It's mine. So how are you gonna
So,
prove it? Just measure?
so we have
So
a
how do you
claim.
measure Earth?
So there's a claim on the table, correct? That we were all taught from children that we live on a spherical Earth, a ball, essentially.
Yes.
And the radius of this Earth is supposedly 3,959 miles, right?
I really don't know, but
We can do a bit of maths and we
yeah.
can figure out that there should be a specific curvature rate to this ball Earth,
Yes.
which is
Should be
essentially
curved.
what's 8 inches per mile squared is what we should expect.
Okay.
So if we go out and we go to, say, a large body of water, say a lake that's 10 to 20 miles across, and we shine a laser from point A to point B, being the furthest distances from each other across the lake,
Oh, you're gonna say it's gonna
and the
go up.
laser reaches the other side, that
Yes.
indicates to us that there's no curvature, there's no obstruction
Mm-hmm.
across that lake. Would you agree?
I will have to try this. I will have to do some experimental, you know. I never
Do you
tried it.
understand what the geometric implications of living on a ball are?
Yeah, I know nothing about this.
I think you do, if you think about it.
Then hold on, let me think about it. Because I never thought about this. Can you repeat what you said?
Yeah, do you understand what the geometric implications would be if we lived on a spherical or curving surface, essentially, of the dimensions claimed?
I don't know. What would it be?
You have no idea.
I have no idea. Yeah, I told you I'm kind of
We-
stupid. I don't understand these things.
It's another
Is
way
this the
to explain
only?
this to you.
Yeah, is this the only way? So you can you is there any other experimental things? Is there any experiences? Yeah, I don't know.
Well, I mean, if
Why don't
how
I
do you
just Google
experience
this?
the
Hold
earth
on.
yourself day to day when you walk around
I
it?
don't think I'm able. I'm not compatible to do that. I'm not no scientist.
Okay,
Scientist, I
well,
don't know.
it really feels like I'm not speaking to another human being here. So what's the
No,
issue?
I am a human being.
Right, so you
I
have lived life experience. Can you tell me how you
but
experience the
not.
earth as you move around it in your life?
I would say it's flat. If there were no scientists saying it's round or anything. I'm so small compared to Earth. So how am I gonna know its real shape?
Yeah,
It's flat
so
shape
we
or
can at least
nothing.
agree that we both experience the earth as flat and motionless, right?
Yes.
Okay, but that's just an assumption, right, based on our experience. It's not
Yes, yes.
verified.
There is no sign.
But
Yeah,
that's our
no
starting
scientific
point,
proof.
right? Looks flat, feels motionless. So let's go and see if we can perform, tests to verify our assumptions from our direct experience.
Yeah,
And this is
exactly.
where I
I
said
know.
we go and measure.
Exactly.
It's
I
like,
don't know
okay,
the tests. Did people do this before? Is there like some experiences?
lots of laser tests have been performed, yeah.
Okay.
There's also long distance observations. Many have been done in infrared the infrared spectrum, which basically
Mhm.
allows us to see even further than we shouldn't be able to see if we lived on a ball. Some of them are being put in the side chat for you to see now.
Okay. Earth curvature calculator. But how are you gonna, the more you go up, the more you go higher, you can see more. How are you
Yeah,
how are you
this
gonna
is
explain that?
this is how optics behave across a flat surface. If you increase your viewing angle, you will see further across a flat surface. I'll put a GIF in the side chat for you to understand.
Okay.
It's all flat, all measurements use Earth as a horizontal plane of reference. It's all flat. All measurements of Earth are flat.
Yeah,
I
I'm
don't see
sorry, I
what
can
the problem is.
barely hear you.
Why does that sound
Yeah,
like a
Zark.
recording of Bevtard?
So, bro, I put this GIF in the side chat, and if you have a look at that, we both agree that the building is built plumb right, and the faces of it are flat. So as he walks up to the building, you can see that the top of the building begins to disappear. And then if you were to just play the GIF in reverse, he would be moving away from the building, and the top of the building would come back into view. So this is just how your vision and optics operate
Oh yeah.
across a flat surface.
Yeah, I see that.
You increase your elevation height. You increase your height above the surface, you'll see further across the surface.
Mhm. I kind of see that.
Does that make sense to you?
I mean, yes.
So it's the same idea, just at larger scales. You go up in a plane, for example, you're about 7 miles off the Earth. You're going to be able to see further across the Earth, given that the conditions are right with weather and whatnot.
Yeah, hold on. I've never been on a plane, but a friend of mine said he sees that when he went on a plane, he saw the curves of Earth, and he told me that's why Earth is not flat.
Yeah,
He
I
said he
mean,
saw
every
curves.
one of us in here used to believe we lived on a globe, and every single one of us probably would have told you that we saw curve from our airplane flights as well. But
So how are
we
you
didn't
gonna?
really see curve. We just wanted to believe we were seeing curve. Because when you do the maths, 7 miles of commercial air flight altitude is not sufficient enough to see any curvature on this size of a ball. In fact, even if you went to the claimed height of the ISS, which is 255 miles, you still shouldn't see any curvature.
Okay.
This is just a thing people say because they
Oh, yeah.
already believe they live on a ball. They believe there's no other alternative, and they believe they must see some kind of curvature. And there's also been a lot of imagery and footage from media that has implanted subconscious ideas into their mind, right? We've all seen, say, a video of a fighter pilot with a curved horizon in his background, right? But this is just a lens effect from a wide angle lens, essentially, that curves horizontal lines. All this imagery, all these ideas and concepts, they're some supplanted in your subconscious, and you look for things that are not there based on them, essentially.
Yeah, I understand that. But why would they why would they fake it? Why wouldn't they just tell us the truth?
I couldn't answer
Yeah.
that for you. I'm not in their minds.
I mean,
There seems to be a lot to gain from deceiving people regarding the true cosmology of this world. I'm not even making claim that we have a proper cosmological understanding of this world. I only know that the surface we exist on is flat. I can't tell you about what's the celestial objects or any of this. But there seems to
So
be
who
a lot
knows?
gained by lying to people that they are on an insignificant speck of dirt in a vast infinite universe that doesn't care about them, essentially. This creates a
Yeah.
kind of a nihilism and an atheistic outlook towards life where nothing but the self-interests of oneself matter, and there's no real reason to ever do any more than you need to just get to get ahead in life however you're wanting to get ahead. If you need to trample over 1,000 people to get to where you want to be in life, you'll do it, because it's a meaningless universe with no morality, and an asteroid could come by at any second and wipe us all out, and that would be the you can close the book on the human story. It was just
Yeah,
all random,
this is
meaningless
so
chaos.
sad. This is so sad.
An
How
asteroid.
you what?
What's sad exactly? Because I'm describing to you the
Because
kind of philosophical,
yeah.
cosmological story that they're selling to people with the globe Earth heliocentrism.
Mhm.
Is that what you're calling sad? Because I would agree with you, it is sad.
It is because they're saying there is no meaning to this world, no meaning of life. What's gonna
No, there's
happen when you
not.
die?
It
There is no
doesn't
meaning.
matter.
based
Nothing
on
means
this.
anything. It's just random chance, right? Random Big Bang, random coalescing of matter to form whatever.
Yeah,
Random
how
evolution.
something can be random?
It's all random,
Yo, if
right?
it's a big thing, how can something this big just happen randomly? That's why people are saying there is God and religions. That's why people believe in religions, having faith, because
Well,
it gives life a
well,
meaning.
there's an intentional creative hand behind our world becomes quite clear and obvious once you realize that you live only on the Earth. The Earth is the only thing we know exists,
Yes,
and it
yes,
seems
with
to have
life.
been designed exactly for us to exist here and
Yes,
experience this place. And it does have meaning to it, and it does have intelligence behind it. These things
yeah,
become unavoidably clear when you realize heliocentrism doesn't exist. It's a fantasy entirely made up. And probably that would be the biggest reason for why they would tell this lie, is to get people away from believing in a higher power, a higher authority, because if people no longer believe there's an authority above us, then the next in line to become the authority over mere pleb humans, right, the common peasant, is
yeah, they're gonna
politicians,
control
right,
us.
and
Yes,
elites
yes,
and billionaires. They
yes,
take that role. They take the role of the deities in our reality, and we worship them. We listen to
yes,
everything
they
they
control
say, and we
everything.
don't question them because they are fundamentally better than us in this meaningless world, where what dictates our value as human beings is not integrity and honesty and all these types of things and higher moral duties. It's materialism and wealth and money. Whoever has the most must be the most correct. And that's the world that is created out of the lie of heliocentrism, essentially. Anyway, does someone else want to take over? I need to step away here for a second. Nice speaking to you, bro.
Thank you, you too. Thanks
Well,
for everything.
well said, obvious. That was really good.
Thanks, Bill. And I know you understand it. I hope Bro did as well. But anyway, yeah.
I hope.
Be away here for a sec.
Where are you from, bro?
Did you say Bill?
Nah, bro. Which country are you from?
No, you're talking to me. Algeria. Do you know what is that located?
I thought you were Mexican.
Damn.
What's going on,
Damn,
guys?
do you
How
have a
you
Mexican
doing?
accent? Damn.
Hey?
Hey, can anybody hear me?
No, I cannot.
I
Okay.
can.
Yeah, you were speaking over someone that was already talking.
Okay.
Hey.
Anyways, how's it going, guys? Yeah, what's going
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. He was excited, man. He came here very excited.
It's flat. Earth is flat. It's
Yeah, what's
proven
happening?
by NASA.
Bruh.
Yeah, that was bad.
Yeah,
So what?
you were so excited. Yeah.
It's pretty exciting, this channel.
Yeah, it is.
So what were you saying? Because I thought you were from Mexico.
Nah. Do I have a Mexican accent?
That's what I thought.
I
Your
mean,
accent kind of
okay.
similar.
I mean, I'm learning English, so
Okay.
I'm gonna be there. Yep.
You're doing well, man. You speak quite fluently.
Really? Thank you.
Yeah. You're very easy to understand.
I mean, yeah, you can understand me. I can communicate my ideas. I mean, that's the goal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you have any more questions?
Nah. I actually never cared too much about the shape of Earth. I don't know why it's so important.
I believe it's important to know, the realm we live in. Because
Yes, I am a little curious about it. Yes. Actually, the idea I have, hold on, the idea I have is we have to understand our world. I don't know how to say it.
Yes.
Hold on. I lost it. Hold on. We have to know, but just to know our mission on it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it makes total sense, man. And our mission isn't to travel from planet to planet to destroy this planet and then try and
I mean, we're perfectly doing the distraction to this planet with this. Yes.
yeah, and then try and
Yeah, we're doing a good
habitat
job.
some other planet. Like that's not our goal. Because the fact of the matter is we cannot leave this realm because we are contained. Because gas pressure requires containment. And that's the biggest one that really hits you.
Maybe maybe we live in a why can't it be
we
egg-shaped,
can't
as they say, and we still have a container? It
Yeah,
doesn't
nah.
it doesn't necessarily have to be flat to to be
It doesn't matter whether like this is irrelevant to being flat or not. We've already measured the flatness of Earth, but there's also another thing that Earth is a pressurized system. So, and they say that on the moon in the vacuum of space, it's 10 to the minus 17 torr, which is an extremity when it comes to our pressure. And
I really know nothing about this.
And gas will always expand in every direction to find equilibrium. And that's the laws. That's the laws of pressure. That's the laws of gas. And you can't get around that. That's natural law.
I have no idea about this. So I don't know how I feel about it.
No, you don't have to feel a thing about it. But all I'm saying is we can't escape our pressurized system because there has to be some kind of
So, hold
containment.
on.
I'm not saying what the containment is and what
How is
shape
it
it
like
is.
satellite?
We don't know. So
How
who's
is-
trying to speak?
Okay, I'm looking at these pics.
Yep. Yeah, take your time because it does take a bit of time to comprehend this.
What is the second law of thermodynamics?
That's gas requires pressure.
Oh,
So
is this second picture? Right.
yeah. So the definition
Pressure
of gas pressure is the force exerted on the walls of its container, which is what PCI is. So that's pounds per square inch. So it's taken a square inch into consideration, and then the pounds exerted on that square inch is your pressure. And you cannot get a square inch without a container because the container is where that square inch is. So how can you measure gas pressure without a container? It's impossible because gas pressure will always expand at all directions to find equilibrium.
Yeah, I can see this picture. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's GIF. Maybe.
Yeah, go ahead. I've had a few drinks. So anyone can take over.
You're doing good, Shaggy.
Thanks, brother.
A few drinks, that's what you call flat smacking fluid.
Yeah, brother. It doesn't take much. You can still do it.
Some of my best sessions are at the bar. I've got a lot of flat earthers coming from sitting at the bar.
Yeah. Matrix and I can definitely relate.
Yeah, you just upset that old dude, that's all.
Why would I do that?
The one that was sitting behind us, having a sook about the phone being too loud. Never said anything about my voice, just bitched about the phone.
Yeah. I'll
Or a
get your
container.
voice.
The
Can
sad
have
part was,
systems outside of the home.
we was listening to Jedi talking.
Yeah. I'd much rather listen to Jedi. No offense, Matrix.
None taken.
Yeah, I
So
have a
were you
question.
trying
Hold
to...
on.
Yeah, go, bro. Sorry.
What's your question?
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Excuse me if the question is kind of dumb, but what is the container made of? And can we create a container?
Well, you can create whatever container you like. There's Tupperware containers.
No, I'm talking about the gas. The gas
Don't know.
container.
Don't know.
Okay. Yeah, because
But
as humans, we're so
it's an
developed.
antecedent relationship. There, we need a container in order to have gas pressure. So,
Like, can we create a container so we can go
no, it's
outside of
about
Earth?
the gas. It's about the gas pressure. In order for you to have the gas pressure, there must be containment. That's how we know that there's some form of
Can we create that?
containment there. What it's made out of, what color it is, who put it there. Don't know, and don't know.
Yeah.
Was Musa that overexcited one that got muted?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, thanks for everything. Have a really nice one. Thanks for everything.
Yeah, you're welcome back. Well, run off quickly. It's a bit to wrap your head around. I probably would have done the same. Thanks, bye. My head's about to explode. Gotta go. I'm gonna hit the sack. Take care, guys.
So, mate.
Night, Shaggy. Man, that quote by Arthur Eddington is genius. I'd never heard that before. It's awesome. Perfect coming from him, too. I didn't know he said that. Humiliating gravity. That's genius. As a matter of fact, I think I found inspiration for one of the topics for my monthly presentation in my community this month. I got one in a couple weeks. I think we should cover the second law of thermodynamics. That'll be perfect. Yeah, I'll do that, Yaga. Those are good. Definitely puts it in perspective.
if your theory is against the second law of thermodynamics, I give you no hope. There is nothing for it but to collapse in deepest humiliation. Quote, Arthur Eddington.
That's a wrap. There goes gravity.
Welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord. Please try to remain civilized and cordial. The floor of the universe is Earth-shaped. Like it or not, you're already a flat earther. If you have any questions, feel free to ask.
Well, I imagine that most of you think that the Earth and the planets go round the sun, don't you? That's the story. In Aristotle's account, the Earth was at the centre of the universe and the stars and the planets went round the Earth. We obviously think that's absurd, don't we? But did this mean that before Copernicus we couldn't predict the positions of the planets. We couldn't predict when eclipses would take place. Not a bit of it. Aristotle's account of the universe was refined by a guy called Ptolemy, and it was called the Aristotelian Ptolemaic account, and they published a whole series of tables of exactly where you would find things in the sky. And it was unbelievably accurate. And to give you an idea of just how accurate, when Copernicus put forward his story, he didn't think that it was any better than the Aristotelian system. He didn't claim, oh, I can show something that he can. In fact, he assumed that the Aristotelian Ptolemaic account was exactly accurate. It wasn't for more than 200 years after he put it forward that there were any ways in which the heliocentric world, as it's known, of Copernicus was seen to have any observable benefits. And there are some people who would argue that we can correct, as it were, the Aristotelian account in order to get it just as effective now as the heliocentric account. So what's going on here? We assume that it's wildly wrong. So how's it so accurate? And I think the first way of understanding why it's accurate is that our accounts of the world are not descriptions of reality. They are metaphors. They are ways of holding the world. And if they don't work, we can refine them. We can make them more accurate by watching how applying this model, applying this metaphor to the world, we think, oh, actually, this bit doesn't work. And when it doesn't work, we just add another bit. And we make it work better. But we don't get actually any closer to how things ultimately are. And Aristotle and Ptolemy introduced all sorts of amendments to their story. And I think that's how science works. So in the case of Aristotle and his celestial spheres, it worked amazingly well. We don't think now, do we, that Aristotle, as he was adding these celestial spheres, and Ptolemy was making it even more complicated, we don't think they were getting closer to the truth. We're inclined to think, well, they were just compounding an error. It was obviously ridiculous. But is it so unreasonable to think that in some future culture, they will look back on our story of the Big Bang and inflation and dark energy and dark matter, and they'll say, well, that was absolutely ridiculous. So that's how I think our theories are functioning.